Oh, ho, 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 ho! Happy holidays, everybody. And here we are today. What can I say? The year of wrestling, 2025. Obviously, it's got to be some news going on. Which, yeah, it's been a lot of news. Don't know if it was the greatest of news or the worst of news, but hey, that's what we're here to talk about today in this year in review. Obviously, talking about the biggest stories in wrestling, whether it be WWE, TNA, AEW, New Japan, stuff outside of here. It's going to be a lot to speak on, I feel like, to whatever we can find about it. But hey, that's what this whole thing is about. So, first off, let my co host introduce himself today before we, kick this whole shindig off.
Yes, back on the show, Straight Face 40. Man, let's just see how good 2025 was. Let's just see.
Yes, and where can we really kind of kick off when it comes to like one of the biggest stories in wrestling? I feel like the first one, which when you really think about it, probably is the biggest story out of the entire year, was the death of Hulk Hogan.
Oh yes, man, that was a shocker. You get what I'm saying? I was really shocked when I heard that. Remember, just not too long before he had passed away. Um, was it Bubba the Love Sponge came out and talked about he was in poor health? So
Um,
remember, it was not too long before he had said something. I mean, he had said something. Not too long after that, Hogan had passed away. Probably like 3 months, 4 months after Bubba had said that.
well, kind of just to go back through the timeline of things then, because there's a lot to speak on this, and obviously I know there's still kind of more details I think are still coming out to this day about it. Yes, I was shocked when it happened. I honestly didn't really believe it at first because it happened back in about July, I believe, kind of near the end of July, and I know it was like rumor. His thing, there were rumors about this going on at first. Like you said, from Bubba the Love Sponge. And I kind of had to sit there and think about it because he said that what Hogan was on his deathbed and that Hogan kind of disappeared from the public eye recently, it looked like. And there was a lot of conflicting stories going on. Now, I'm not one to really believe Bubba the Love Sponge because it's like, why, especially of people of all of him, really, because a lot of people basically knew at this point Hogan stopped fucking with this guy years ago. Okay, and some say he was the one that put out the whole sex tape. Let's remember this is the whole Gawker lawsuit thing, and like Hogan. This is the guy's like you could say is one of the biggest marks ever because he let Hogan have sex with his wife, and was on video, and obviously we knew what came of that. Some people feel like Bubba Love Sponge set up Hogan throughout all this entire time, and it's like this. He was the only one really reporting this. And a lot of people did not want to believe him, including myself, because it's like, why would I believe the guy that, like I said, I let his wife have sex with Hogan and it turned to a whole lawsuit and basically, rode under Hogan's coattails for a very long time. So, but then I think he told me one time, even a broken clock can be right once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
So when it actually happened, and I believe it said it was cardiac arrest that happened, because yeah, his thing, kind of going in all of this, and I think I made a video so many months ago when it went down, because yeah, it was a big, huge news story that went down. Like I said, when it comes to Hulk Hogan, like it's probably is the biggest news story in wrestling. Like I know we talk about a lot of wrestling deaths here and there, but this is probably the biggest one that is happened probably ever. Okay, because listen, how can I go through like in a timeline of all this? Listen, when it comes to Hulk Hogan's career, like you said, he's arguably the biggest name ever in professional wrestling. Obviously, dominating the '80s with the WWF, bringing it to national exposure with Vince McMahon. Um, you know, bringing it to like just a global scale even going into the 90s, going to WCW, obviously the NWO being formed with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, and how big NWO and Hollywood Hogan was in WCW. And, returning to the WWF back in 2002 with the NWO, and even going to TNA in about 2010 at the time. So it's like,
Can
yeah,
I add something else?
yeah, go ahead.
I would add that he not if not him, but he is like top three reason why wrestling is at where wrestling is at right now. It's like him, Ric Flair, and Stone Cold Steve Austin are the top three reasons why wrestling is at its where it's at right now. And it really started. I say it started a little bit with Flair, and, in the late '70s and the early '80s and something like that. It started, but it really hit its peak in the mid '80s where they got with WWE really took off with Hulk Hogan. But I say he is a major reason why most people started watching wrestling and why it became mainstream, like you said.
No, that's true. Especially in the 1980s. And listen, here's the thing, because when it all went down, listen, I don't have I didn't grow up during the 80s, so I never understood how big this dude was until probably when he returned to the WWF in '02. Because I only knew who Hogan was mostly just because of the NWO and WCW, and I kind of understood how big he was, especially when he had that huge ovation on SmackDown. Like I got that on DVD, by the way, and whatnot. So later on, I understand why he was one of the biggest names ever in wrestling. And like I said, you can go through a lot of accomplishments from WWF champion, multiple time champion, multiple WrestleMania main event winner. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not gonna go through every accomplishment and everything, but like I said, just multiple time world champion and opponents obviously from a Macho Man, Andre the Giant, Ultimate Warrior, King Kong Bundy, Sting, Goldberg, The Rock, Brock Lesnar. We can go all day when it comes to names. Scott Hall, Kevin Nash. Like it's a long list of people to go through. But yeah, like I said, I know like we talk about what he has done in wrestling and why he is one of the biggest names ever. Obviously, there's controversy to his name also, as we all know. Whether you could go from politics going into wrestling, or some say holding guys down, especially in WCW, look like, or if you worked with Hogan, you made a lot of money. Or obviously the most famous term, it doesn't work for me, brother. Or I could say that about creative control, which he probably should never had in WCW. But hey, we already talked about somebody else with creative control and AEW apparently. It doesn't work for me, brother. No, wait. I mean, it doesn't work for me, sister. I think you get what I mean by there.
Yeah.
But obviously, from politics and obviously we all know about the racism stuff. We all know about the tape, especially from the Bubba the Love Sponge thing that started this whole shindig, and what not shindig, but it basically started, basically tarnishing his name at that point and not really recovering from it.
Yeah, most definitely with you know, I think a lot of stuff was leading up to Hogan being ostracized from the wrestling fan base. It, as soon as we started learning his backstage politics and how he maneuvered in a and how he maneuvered his way through the main event scene, I think a lot of people was already turning off on Hogan or about to about to turn off on Hogan before the the whole racism thing came out. I think a lot of people was already disliking Hogan. So, but
Oh,
by the time the racism thing came out, that was like the icing on the cake. Like, okay, fuck you, dude.
and the
We
lies,
huh. Yeah, you were just about to say the lies. I was just about, yeah. Like a
he
lot of
played for
people,
Metallica.
yeah. They wanted him to be their bass player, you know.
Or he wrestled 400 days out of the year. Oh,
Man, those extra days, man, I don't know where they come from, but they
what,
count.
which I'll admit, thing the lie stuff is like it's funny, but it's like, what is the point of you having a lie? Like you're already like a big name. Why do you need to keep lying for?
Yeah,
It's some of it's funny, but it's like it's ridiculous at the same time. Like I get a kick out of like the lies he's told over the years and stuff. Well, then again, like that's how he won that Gawker case. Basically, I don't know if it was much of a lie, but he says like, you see, Hulk Hogan said he has a 9-inch penis. Terry Bollea doesn't.
yeah, that's how he did. Yep, because they have he made it like seem like Hulk Hogan. He was in characters where he said some of these things.
Yeah, and that's how he ended up winning all that lawsuit. And I don't remember how much money it was, but it was a huge like lawsuit win at the time. He had won that the whole Gawker sex tape lawsuit thing, which they're still mad to this day and went out of business basically because of him. But yeah, that's how he ended up winning that whole case basically. But no, it's like you said, throughout time, people was already stopped messing with him. Like me, I stopped fucking with him, especially after TNA, because after what he did to TNA, him and Bischoff, I was already kind of, already fuck him. Like the racism stuff just kind of gave me another reason to, because
Uh,
I hated what happened with what he did to TNA.
to be honest with you, like I would never was like a fan, and so like by the time we got to to the races and stuff, I was already hearing about how he maneuvered in the backstage and how certain people didn't really fuck with him. So once he came out with that racism stuff, I kind of was like, oh, okay, then I was already like fuck you anyway, so it wasn't really like an icing on the cake with me. It was like, oh, I ain't never really messed with you anyway, so
So yeah, like same here. And like I said, like throughout that time also, like I said, was it 2015 when the whole racism stuff came out? And then again, you talk about his son, didn't they like was like paralyzed like his friend a car, not Hogan, but like his son paralyzed somebody. It was like car accident. It was many years ago. But that whole thing happened. And like I said, throughout that time in 2015, like I said, he was already basically ostracized, and what he did try to apologize. It looked like, and I noticed like multiple ones out. Obviously the locker room one everybody knows about, which basically he kind of said like, you gotta be careful, you're being recorded, and it's like it's not
yeah,
really an apology, but
nah,
it
that
like
wasn't an apology.
it's not an apology at all. And either some people was with him or they weren't with him after that. And I think he apologized on Good Morning America at one point. But I do remember that because I remember like brought up Layla Ali, but then again, I think it was one thing I remember about that interview was what like if I can remember exactly, like people used to throw that word around in my neighborhood, brother. Then people went to the interview in his neighborhood, and it's like, yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. We ain't never said that.
Like, nah, we wasn't just throwing that word around here.
And WWE has tried to bring him back on TV for years now, which they've somewhat strategically tried to put him where he wouldn't get booed out the building. Obviously, like Tampa, because remember he hosted WrestleMania one year and people didn't like that it was with Titus O'Neil, if you remember that. Or they
Right.
brought him on like TV several times and either was gonna go out well or it wasn't, which like throughout time, like me, it was kind of like whatever after a while. Like I didn't care if he showed up on TV and that. It's like if you don't want to watch, don't watch. Like just turn the channel. I was just to the point. So I was like, I didn't care after a while. Like it was whatever. Like as years had passed on, and because I'm trying to think else. Obviously, what like. 'Cause, yeah, reality show at one point, and like I say, you always heard some kind of crazy story going on. Um, which some would say Brooke Hogan was like the only kind of normal one out of the entire out of his entire family and whatnot. Because everybody knows about his son and his ex-wife was in Wacko, obviously too. And then like like what was it like later on? I'm trying to go through like the timeline of all of this. The political stuff, I did not really care. Like, cause like we see wrestlers support some whatever political party it is. So it's like when he was up there in Trump, I thought it was actually pretty funny because I was like, he just basically worked a bunch of politicians by going up there and cutting wrestling promos.
Yeah, and here's the thing with politics and wrestling anyway. Like, shoot, like we been used to it anyway. Like, remember, like, shoot, as young as I could remember, when I was a kid, uh, Jesse the Body Ventura was the governor. So, like, wrestling and politics, like, I wouldn't say they go hand in hand, but at the same time, it's not out of place for a wrestling fan to see a wrestler involving himself with politics. I remember as far as as far as I can really remember, I remember hearing about Jerry the King Lawler, wanting to be governor for Memphis, and stuff like that. So it's like, I mean, wrestlers and politics, like I said, they don't go hand in hand, but it's not out of place for me to not to see something like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, like yeah, like wrestlers have been, like I said, political, some type of political position before, or have done something in politics, or because what isn't Kane like a mayor
Yeah,
of
Kane the
Knoxville?
mayor in Knoxville, Tennessee. Yeah.
Like Matt Morgan, I think he was like the mayor of somewhere in Florida, if I'm not
Yeah, Max
mistaken.
Morgan is a mayor. Yeah, yeah. See, like I said, I ain't saying they just like peanut butter and jelly, but shit, it's like at least like peanut butter and bananas at least. you
So it's
know,
like, yeah, yeah, but it's like what I heard about he was up there during what the whole Republican National Convention. I just kind of laughed it off. That's what I did. I just thought it was pretty funny because I was like, so he basically just went up there and cut some promos and worked a bunch of politicians then and made the internet mad. So it's like I didn't care because I'm like I wouldn't really vote for these people any damn way when you really think about it.
right?
So it's
Like
like
last time I voted, like I swear, last time I ever like voted was the second Obama term. That was about it. Other than that, that's the last time I ever voted because it's like you just said, like you would ever vote for any of these people.
So it's like, yeah, it's like unless you really want to vote in them, fine. But it's like when it happened and I heard about he was up there, I saw the clips and I just kind of laughed it off and I was just kind of whatever because like it don't matter what if you were wrestling whatever type of political position you choose, you ain't gonna win. That's all I'm gonna say. You ain't gonna win. Somebody gonna say something about you,
Yeah,
and then it's like what wasn't he trying? And the whole beer thing, I knew about the beer stuff, which I thought it was kind of funny. Well, I didn't think it made any sense of him selling beer, because like, wouldn't it make more sense for him to sell like proteins and stuff since his whole gimmick was like, you know, say your prayers and take your vitamins. Like, I can understand Stone Cold Steve Austin going out there selling beer, which he does, but it's like why is he promoting and selling beer? I thought that was so strange. And I remember somebody telling me, I think it was around like Oakland, they said he was up there, like my friend was telling me about it. Like he didn't go, but I remember he told me it was like a long line out there. I guess people trying to get like beer signed or something, and Jimmy Hart was out there with him too, and stuff. But I don't know. It's like I thought it was so weird. Like, why is he trying to sell beer?
hey, when somebody asked me that, I ain't gonna lie to you, I kind of made a little corny joke about. I was like, I guess he, he can't sell the vitamins and say your prayers anymore because the kids that he was, he was pandering to back in the '80s, now they should be like at least grandparents now, and so I guess he got to sell no beer. But like you said though, it was out of place. It was, all joking aside, it was really was out of place. It was like, whoa, Hogan, real American beer. But I can see now because that was his new gimmick. You know what I'm saying at the time. The real, not a new gimmick, but his political gimmick, as I would say, that was his political gimmick. The super real American wrestler who is down with America and down with Trump. And so I was telling you a real American beer now, brother. It's like,
Like, don't drink Bud Light. Like, go drink some beer. And I thought it was just kind of strange. Like, why is he selling beer? Like, it's like when I saw it, I just thought it didn't make any sense, and I just kind of like whatever, because it's like I don't know who was really gonna buy it. I don't even know how much money. It's like with the whole Ric Flair Woo Energy drink thing. Like, how many people bought that?
yeah. To be honest with you, man, shit, I don't know a person who drinks it. You know what I'm saying? Like I know a couple of beer drinkers. You know what I'm saying? I never, nobody ever came up to me and said, "Hey, Cal, boy, man, I know a beer that you need to go ahead and get." And I ain't never heard nobody gave me the. You know how people would advise you on certain things, like, man, hey, go grab woo woo woo. But nobody told me to go grab the real American beer. I'll go grab a 24 out. I mean, go grab a 24 case. Like, nah, nobody said that yet, bro.
And I
So
don't know where they sold it. Maybe in like at the whatever type of liquor store. Because like I said, he was doing like a tour. I remember going around the
to
country
be
and
honest with you, though, Bryce, like I ain't saying I go to the liquor store often or anything like that because I really don't. But like the times that I did go, at around the time that that he was selling the beers, like either if I never really paid attention and trying to find it, you know, or it wasn't never inside those liquor stores that I was in. Like I would automatically recognize something off of wrestling and that's in the stores or anything because because I'm a wrestling fan. So I automatically look like, oh man, that's a real American beer right there. But I never really seen it before in a while.
yeah, so that's why I wondered like what was the I don't know how much money was made off of it, but I knew it was like a lot of promotion with the beer. Like I wasn't gonna drink it anyways, but I just thought it was so strange of him promoting the beer. And then kind of going to the next because this is like one of the last things he did. You know, obviously the Real American Freestyle Wrestling thing, which with Eric Bischoff, because I remember seeing like some promo video, and I was saying like, wait a minute, is the NWO coming back? Like we got the third man, and I'm like, what? Kevin Nash about to do something with y'all? Like, or like the New World Order is coming back? And then here's the thing, like when I heard about it was like this whole art, like Real American Freestyle Wrestling, and it's like collegiate, amateur wrestling, right? But I had to sit there and wonder, like, what do Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff know anything about collegiate or amateur wrestling? Okay,
Hey,
like they are
and
in the professional wrestling business.
some fans say they probably don't even know anything about the professional wrestling business, but that's just some fans. We don't know. We don't listen to them. But all joking aside, like like seriously, what did they have anything to do with amateur wrestling? Like none of them did any type of amateur wrestling. So I was really confused on how they were gonna do that. Remember the little promo video they were trying to call themselves reenacted the old NWO
Yeah, I
shit.
just brought that up a minute ago. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, like, like, what do NWO have anything to do with amateur wrestling? Are we gonna have an NWO faction in amateur wrestling? Like, come on, man.
And I sat there like, dude, how much money y'all really about to make off of this? Like, especially like both Hogan and Bischoff, because it's like, all right, man, what like y'all about to run another promotion? It's like, come on, man, look what happened with TNA when they let both of them take in charge of that, and we saw what happened there. Or if some we even go back all the way to WCW if we want to go even further. But it's like, what do they know about amateur wrestling? And I remember like from the little clips I saw, like they was on the news and what Hogan had like the beard again, thinking like it was Hollywood Hogan. But I said it didn't make sense. And I heard Shao Sonnen was on this whole thing and Kurt Angle was like a commentator and stuff. So I thought it made no sense. And I said, how far is this really about to go? And they like you could place bets and it was like a lot of money on it was like a lot of stuff I had heard about it. I just didn't think it made any sense because it's like these guys in the professional wrestling business. What do you have? What what do you know about amateur wrestling?
Right, and it's like they didn't know anything. I think what they would bank it off of was my name and wrestling go hand to hand, so people would automatically go check it out because Hulk Hogan got something to do with this amateur wrestling. So it must be something. Let's go see what it's all about. I think that's what they were trying to. I think that's what they were banking. What was going to happen.
Because I knew they had the first show was gonna be in like Cleveland, I think. But as time went on, this is now when Hogan kind of started disappearing, from just from the spotlight and everything. And people were like I said earlier in this video, people were starting to question what happened to him, and like I said, the whole Bubble the Love Sponge stuff happened. And then like his current wife had put out a statement saying he had like surgery, I believe. I think it was on his back, and basically like describing the details and stuff what was going on. Because I'm like, you'd be more viable to believe his wife than Bubba the Love Sponge. It's like I said earlier, why would anybody want to believe this guy? And how come nobody else was really reporting any of this but him? Because I didn't see anybody else put any type of reports or any type of wrestling news sites of his health and everything. And, like I said, like his wife talked about describing the surgery and how they were trying to get him home and stuff. And then, like, obviously, the last thing I remember was like 48 hours before his death was Jimmy Hart. Jimmy Hart got on Twitter and said he was just doing fine or something like that. And a lot of people wonder, like, and maybe that was his camp trying to protect his image, I guess. But it's like, why go out there and really, lie like that?
Yeah, I think I think you hit it right on the money. I think his camp was try to keep it under wraps because what's his nickname? Bryce the Immortal Hulk Hogan. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't want the gimmick. They want to still be a gimmick. They don't want none of that the stuff to be out there. People be thinking like, man, what's going on with Hulk Hogan? Man, Hulk's never really. And that's one thing I can give him that he never wanted to look weak in the public at all, no matter what the situation was. So and for good or bad, right? The man did want to stay looking strong at all times. So
Protecting his image and stuff. So
right. So that's why I think it. That's why I think his camp was trying to keep up the image.
yeah, they were trying to keep it up because just a lot of people wonder like what happened to him, and the whole Real American Freestyle thing was coming. I know some people I've already talked about it, like Bischoff and others, kind of leading to like the final days and stuff. But obviously, like I said, it was in July that he had cardiac arrest, and I know there was like video apparently of. I think he took a video in the hospital before he got out, but like I said, I guess he had the cardiac arrest at his home, and they got him and tried to resuscitate him, and he basically passed on. But one thing to talk about, obviously, he had passed. Obviously, the reaction online, which basically has divided a lot of people.
Yeah, and the boy talking about you thought the country was divided off of politics. The country was divided off of Hulk Hogan death. Man, that was like I never really seen a division like that unless we talking about politics. But I guess they gotta go. I guess they kind of go hand to hand because most of his, most of the people who were going against him, it had something to do with his politics too. Not only the racism part, the politics part played along in that division too. You know,
Because
what you about to say out here?
not to cut you off, because remember, the last time we saw him in any time regards for wrestling was on Raw Netflix, and he got booed out the building.
Yeah, yeah,
And I don't. I think a lot of it was. I think a lot of it was on the election because the election had just happened,
yeah. I
and
mean,
that was.
uh,
I think that was a factor. And then it was in California, and I think that's where Kamala Harris is from. Which even I think was like didn't Vince say back on that documentary with TMZ put out like why would they put him out there? Or maybe that was just in general, not due to the whole election thing. But it is kind of make you think like why would you put him out there as soon as the election had ended, knowing that people are already pissed off?
yeah, that's true. That's true, and I would definitely agree with Vince on that one because you knew damn well it was going to happen.
And I
So
wasn't
that's not what.
surprised when it happened either. I wasn't surprised he got booed out the building. I wasn't.
Yeah, I'm mad. Me either because we talk about we talk about he was just there for for Trump to be sworn in. You get what I'm saying? Like to when he was about to enter the White House this year, earlier this year, he was just there before before he was at Los Angeles. And so everybody was already like, man, not him. You know what I'm saying? Anybody but him. You know, uh, kind of felt bad for Jimmy there because Jimmy was just saying it there like, oh baby,
He's there by proxy, basically.
right? Like, I felt bad for him, but yeah, that was pretty bad.
No, that didn't go out well. But not like, once the passing happened, it's like his thing, like, because, like I said, you look at the reaction on the internet where it's like you couldn't win either way. Because if you try to celebrate, you know, I guess his legacy, you're gonna get buried, or if you do try to bury him, you're gonna get buried. It's like you
Yep.
couldn't win either way. Like how I felt, like I said, how I felt about it going in, I was just pretty shocked that it happened. Like I said, I knew about the rumors a little bit going, that was going on, before it actually happened and whatnot. But I was just kind of like, I was shocked about it, and I was just, this is one of those things where it's like you just say rest peace and go on about the day, because like I was about to go, and I think some people expected me to kind of go on and just bury him even more, even in death, and I wasn't really about to do that.
Yeah, I did my burial when he was alive. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to wait till he was literally buried and then so I can do it, so I can continue with it. And nah, that ain't my thing. You
And
know?
yeah, because I remember people say like, "Oh, Vince is next, Brock Lesnar's next." Like people was like already just banking on other people's deaths. Because and here's another thing too: Vince McMahon was in a car accident that same day, like minutes or before, or when it's like the minute he heard Hogan pass, Vince crashed his car, and miraculously, he didn't even get hurt. Driving like a madman, like usual, but could have been two deaths that day.
Yeah, that is true. And they got it wasn't, because that was kind of I I was thinking to myself like, man. What if that did happen? But like I said, they gotta did it.
It didn't. And his thing, like I said, like you can't tell anybody how to feel, or like you can't tell me how to feel about it. Like everybody gonna feel a different way about this thing. Cause
Right.
like if you're gonna talk about the good, you gotta talk about the bad. Cause it happened. You can't shy away from any of it. And I've seen people do like, review the like probably his whole life legacy, and like I said, the good and bad, or it's something like you're not gonna win. Some are gonna say like, oh, you're talking too much good about him, or oh, you're talking too much bad about him. But it's like you can't shy away from any of this. It happened, okay? It happened. You can't act like it didn't. And like I said earlier, it's like, yeah, the racist stuff did happen. And I can't say he helped his own image throughout a lot of the years, because he kind of still continued to say he does stupid shit a lot.
Yeah.
Even in the Real American Freestyle, did he try to say like he faced Brock Lesnar after UFC, or the what was it, the Benjamin Shelton line or some shit, or he faced Kurt Angle? Like he's like, knowing this shit's not even true. Like, what are you talking about? You never faced fucking Brock Lesnar. You faced Brock Lesnar in WWE, but that was way before UFC.
Yeah.
And you never faced Shelton Benjamin either. He couldn't get his fucking name right, or just stupid shit, like usual. Okay, so you can't tell people how to like, feel about this. Everybody gonna have their own thing what they wanted to say. But like I said, the internet was just going really back and forth about it. I was just like I said earlier, I was just like rest in peace and just kind of go on about the day about it in a way. Because like I said, one thing I said is like when he passed, I don't have the same feeling like a lot of other fans that probably really did. Like, so I didn't grow up in that era. I
Right.
didn't. I didn't. So it's like I knew how important Hulk Hogan was. I get it. Like I knew why he was one of the biggest names ever in wrestling, but yeah, like I didn't know what he was till like the NWO had already happened. So I
Yeah.
wasn't
Me.
I wasn't around in the 80s.
Yeah. Me too. I ain't really. I know. I only really know about Hogan like at WCW. I would, you know, you want to know so funny? What's so funny was like I ain't know he was in the WWE until my cousin had to tell me when I was younger. You know, like, oh man, he was in the WWE before he was in WCW. I ain't never knew that because, like I said, like you just said, and this go for me too. I didn't grow up with him. So my first exposure to Hulk Hogan was NWO days at WCW.
Yes, same. That's all I really knew. And then when the NWO came to the WWF in 2002, they messed that whole thing up. But obviously, the feud with The Rock, and like I said, just obviously is the biggest heel turn of all time of him, going with the NWO and forming that in WCW. But like I said, I didn't really know who he was. I didn't know how big he was until like once he came back to the WWF then, and people went crazy for it. And like I said, I only knew about the NWO. I only knew about like him coming out with Dennis Rodman and the fucking United Center to Jimi Hendrix and all that. Like I remember that because that was a crazy ass entrance with Bruce Buffer doing the announcements, epic as hell. But yeah, I didn't know who he really was like that. I didn't know how big he was until like later on. Even when he went to TNA, I ain't gonna lie, I fell for the hype when he went to TNA when it first happened.
I bet a lot of people did because they felt like TNA, you know, people really was about to recognize TNA on a larger scale. And not just wrestling fans, the hardcore wrestling fans. We're gonna get some of those casuals, that at that time they were missing at that time. Yeah, I guess they wanted some of that casual money, but it didn't work out that way at all.
No, it did not work. Like I don't know. It's like it was. Oh, I didn't mind it at first, but you could tell how stuff was going down, and you hiring your old buddies in the TNA. Like, come on, who wanted to see the damn Nasty Boys in TNA? Come on now. Or like even when I remember that that promo when he came out there. I don't know who reviewed it. It was either Cornette or somebody. He was like, "I've been in the back all day talking to the boys," and it's like, "No, you did. We just saw you on your motorcade entering the building. What do you mean you've been in the back all day talking to everybody?"
It was like, come on, Hogan, don't give it to us like that. You are already politicking with us already.
So, nah, like I remember that very well. Hey, listen, I know a lot of people did tributes. Obviously, WWE they did about three of them. I know people were already kind of mad that WWE did three, but it's like, what did you expect? Like he was the biggest name they ever had. So it's
Yeah.
like I don't know why people thought like because they did on Raw, SmackDown, and NXT. So I don't know where people thought that wasn't gonna happen. I thought it was odd that apparently Brooke wasn't invited, and I know Brooke has been saying some things too. Like I said, the whole story is crazy because what it was like apparently medical malpractice that may have happened, or they cut the wrong nerve. So what caused his death? Like it's a lot of detail that did come out even after this.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's a lot of stuff that still need to be investigated. You remember when Rick came out with the street drug thing? Yeah. Man, it's a lot of stuff that needs to be investigated. I just hope what I really do hope though, Bryce, is that the family can find some closure. You know what I'm saying? And find some peace. You know what I'm saying? Like finally just be at peace
I think
because you know s- death is hard.
no, it's
For
true.
anybody.
That's true. I feel like the only people like how can I say this? I think mostly people kind of at least give a crap about Brooke because I feel like she's the only normal one out of all of them
Especially
because yeah, respectable,
especially her.
especially her because and I know she's done a few interviews. I don't know about new interviews with Bubba the Love Sponge. I just thought that was kind of strange, but she was saying a lot on there and talking about it's a lot. Even like Hogan's current wife, the whole like some people believe Scientology may have had something to do with this, even though I think he found God, like both of them found God again and was baptized. But I know they said she was into that Scientology stuff, so I think there's a lot of mystery behind it, and like the more I've heard throughout the months, so it could be more for all I know. I don't think it's sold by a long shot, but like I said, I know a lot of people have either reviewed it or, like I said, companies like TNA. I know New Japan, they did like tributes. I know AEW. Like people kind of wondered if AEW was really gonna say something, which they had Tony Schiavone do it because obviously him and Hogan worked in WCW and everything. Some say AEW could just put up a graphic and that was it. Even though Hogan never had nothing to do with AEW, but AEW's put up graphics for, wrestlers that never had nothing to do with AEW. And I know Tony had technically, like, I think it was during like the whole pandemic thing, he banned Hogan, even though it was like his ex-wife that said some stupid shit online. Like he had nothing to do with it, but I guess Tony was like, "Yeah, you and your husband are now banned from AEW, even though he already been divorced from her for like a very long time now at that point." So some feel like AEW should just not said nothing, but it's kind of hard to shy away from it when it's like the biggest, name in professional wrestling. Every other company has said something
Mm-hmm.
or done some type of 10 bell salute or tribute. And I remember a friend told me, like, kind of going into the end of all of this, because I think he kind of gave me his thoughts, and I think it was a good quote. He kind of, I remember him telling me, he was like, Hogan unfortunately tarnished his reputation over the years and left a negative impact on himself. But the guy put wrestling on his shoulders all those years ago, and without it, wrestling wouldn't be what it is today. Nobody can take that away from him. But like I said, I think if he had, so say if he had fixed his reputation and everything, you wouldn't see this much of like a back and forth positive negative impact and the way everybody reacted on line, which you can't blame anybody for way how he react online. Like some people did forgive him. Like even I've seen people get mad at wrestlers for even saying anything good about Hogan, especially if you like black or anything. I saw people go with like Devon and others, and maybe some people did forgive him, like personally talk to him and whatnot. So it's like you're not gonna win either way, but you can't, like I said, you can't tell people how to feel about this. Like I can't tell you how to feel about it. Like you can't tell me how to feel about it. I remember like Dry saying like he said you a better person than me. Cause his thing, like what we're doing, we're talking about the positive and negative about it. So it's
Right.
like we're not shying away from anything. Cause like if you say anything good, you're gonna probably get called a coon or some shit like that. Like we just kind of going on like a history and everything that's gone on and what has happened. Like I said, I stopped fucking with Hogan for like years. I was just to the point I just didn't care anymore anytime they brought him back. Like I said, if you don't want to watch, just turn the channel. But I wasn't gonna go and bury him in death like I saw a lot of other people were doing. Which, like once again, like I said, you can't tell nobody how to feel about this. Like you said some, like I said, he said some fucked up shit, and you didn't really do what you could to rehab your image or like I don't know how many other apologies he really done at that point, but you kept kind of burying yourself throughout the years.
Yeah, I mean, and don't get me wrong. Like you still had a lot of people who was, you know, who was kind of hurt by his passing because it was a lot of fans out there. Not let's not forget that it was still a lot of fans from when they were kids in the '80s and they remember Hulk Hogan. They probably they last memory probably was when he was on top of the WWE at one point. So people got to remember that. Like a lot of people who in the wrestling business, probably wouldn't even be in wrestling now, or legend of the game now. It wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for Hulk Hogan. So we gotta remember stuff like that. People, I know that you got a lot of people that don't like Hulk Hogan and they want to take every opportunity to try to tear him down. But we're not gonna do that here. You know what I'm saying? We gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it very objective. We go like you said. We gave you with the history of who he was and why he was important to the game and stuff. Of course, he did some stuff that we wouldn't necessarily like. But here's the thing. for myself, and I can speak for you. I say that we really didn't. We wasn't really a fan in the first place. So for him to do that, and we it wasn't us that turned our backs on him. We weren't really a fan, so we didn't too much care that he went off into a racist rant because we never fucked with him anyway.
I said earlier, like I already not fucking with him after what happened with TNA. So I was already kind of fucking at that point. This just gave me another reason to.
Yeah, and so I think we should get to the point of you know like when his name get mentioned, that's not continue to do the burial and all that stuff. Just like know that what he did is crazy wrong, and we're not gonna fuck with him. But he gone now. Like there's nothing else he could do. No more lies, no more none of that. So and
But
nothing else he could really do.
yeah, so like at the end of the day, like I said, I can't tell you how to feel, but you can't tell me how to feel at the
Hmm.
same time too. Like I said, I'm just giving my opinion on it, like anybody else would give their opinion on it and whatnot. So, because I remember like I'll say his last thing. So remember, some people was there, they're trying to compare him to Benoit.
Ooh, nah. See, Ben White is a different story. Crazy part about it, bro. I just watched the the Dark Side of the Ring episode. I just rewatched it, but nah. That's totally different. That's really totally different. And Ben White actually did something really bad, like horrible. Hey, Hulk, yeah, he said some bad things, but it would be on the same level of murder.
Well, yeah, I think yeah, murder and racism, however you want to look at it, like both still bad at the end of the day, but murder probably a little bit worse.
Yeah.
So like it's bad either way. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it or make one sound better than the other. Like
Right, of course.
it's bad either way, but probably look at murder probably like worse and whatnot. But yeah, that like I said, we'll take time to talk about that because like I said, I think this was the biggest news story out of the entire year of wrestling. So we're gonna move on from there and rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. Um, but moving on, though, let's talk about the WWE. Oh, let's talk about the year they've had. Where do I begin?
Man, where do you want to begin? Like, do you want to? I mean, let's start from the beginning because actually, when I was doing my notes, Bryce, I didn't see how connected the beginning of the year was to John Cena run. Yeah, because guess what happened at the beginning of the year on the Netflix special, and he announced his retirement, and that was like I never really connected those two, but that really connect with the beginning of the year.
Well, to be fair, like he announced his retirement a year before at Money in the Bank 2024. They had just
Right.
decided to kick off the tour at the Netflix Raw, which like we can talk about that. And honestly, I thought the whole show was mostly a giant ad commercial, really, and them some say bowing to the Netflix overlords. Would it have been Rock or Cena or Triple H or like Taker, like. It was a lot of big names. It was LA. It was a lot of celebrities out there. Because yes, the Netflix WWE thing obviously was a huge deal. They spent over $1 billion on this. Now how it looks today, right now, it can be debatable whether the viewership is still as high as it was that many months ago. But obviously, obviously I feel like this ties with it ties with WWE obviously, but TKO, especially TKO. And why I say TKO? Because of by God, let's talk about ads and high ticket prices when it comes to WWE nowadays. This Raw Netflix thing was very expensive to get into. Then again, anything with WWE right now is very expensive to get into. And
Yeah.
150 ads on every show now.
Yes, I know, right? It's like, man, every time we go into the ad, it be like 1 or 7. I be like, damn, 7 ads? Oh my god, how many? Why do you need 7 advertisement every time you go on commercial, man? Like that is ridiculous to me. They like that. Literally, they have like at least 3 or 4 minutes worth of advertisement.
Yeah, it was just ad. If it ain't Minute Maid, Lemonade, or don't get me started on WrestleMania with the ads, or reason why John Cena won because he had an ice cream ad before the match even happened. Or if it ain't Wingstop, or if it ain't like Dude Wipes, or all like Slim Jim tables we've seen now. It's just ad, and TKO just the ticket prices and the moves they've done with WWE and what like just it's so much to say about that. Like it really is. And like I said, with the Netflix stuff also, but one thing with TKO, and that's why people don't really like WWE with TKO nowadays, just because of all the a lot of changes they've made, but mostly because of very high. Come on, look at the WrestleMania tickets, man. We talk about like 40 grand here almost. Hell, Cena's last match was damn near 20 grand to get
Yeah,
into.
yeah, I know,
I remember a
man.
clip with Randy Orton, and it was like some people saying they spent like thousands of dollars, and Orton looked pretty surprised about it.
Man,
He was like, "You spent that much money?" Like he was really kind of shocked.
damn, that says something. That says something. If the talent is shocked about how much you coming to see them, how much you spending to come to see them, and TKO and the overlords over there, they all they do is care, all they care about is money. And here's the thing,
Get
they
past the
don't
debt.
know, they don't know their history either. Like that's what really messed them up in the long run because people are looking through that. Like, man, y'all don't even know the history of these people. You don't even know why we like to come see them or why we like to watch WWE product. You don't know. All y'all care about how much money we can spend and fork over for your product.
And I feel like now it looks like they really try to appeal to. It looks like I know we've seen a lot of this, whether it be celebrities or streamers or influencers now, and we see who they bring on there. Um, like I Show Speed, or like I said, obviously Logan Paul, or I know Kai Cenat was at a Raw one time. It's a lot of celebrities, but like I said, West Side Gun. Well, West Side Gun beefing with them now, but um something like that's who they can get. Or it's like if you rich and you got money like that, you can get in. Because let's remember, Vince made it affordable for families, you could say, to get into WWE. Nowadays, it's like, how much is this ticket? Like, say what you want about AEW, but at least they can make it affordable for you to get into the show. It's like now I don't even really want to go to WWE. Like, because somebody said, "Oh, you going to Elimination Chamber?" I said, "I don't even know if I really am, to be honest. I know it's at the United Center, but it's like, look at those prices. Even if you get nosebleed, it costs too high."
Yeah, me and my cousin working on it as we speak. I think I'm gonna really.
I'm
It's so
thinking about
crazy.
it.
I'm gonna probably start really gearing up around middle of next month. But yeah, it's ridiculous. It really is, Bryce. It's like they go end up phasing out the working man, the man who comes and loves your product and watches your product and every time you come to town, they scrape it up every little bit to come see you. And when you come to their town, you gonna end up phasing them out. All you gonna do is see a whole bunch of high snob celebrities and, like you said, screamers, and the guy who got abundance of money. You just gonna see that, and you're not gonna see the working man crowd. And people it go and those people they just probably coming to the event because it's like a what I can say. It's like the it thing to do. Like you know how celebrities be on the sideline of the football game. I mean, in the
Basketball
audience of
games, yeah.
basketball games. It's like you get what I'm saying. It's like the it thing to do. Like, oh man, guess where Woo Woo was at? They was at WWE WrestleMania. You get what I'm saying? Or this special Netflix of Raw. Guess who was out there? It's like it's like that a little bit. They want that type of feel to it. I would not to go off into a tangent or anything, but it's connected to what I was reading about Triple H earlier, and the the feel that he want when we watching a product watching a WWE product. He want the sport like feel to it. You know what I'm saying? The backstage walking, that came from from sports. He want
The Unreal show.
the our real show is like Hard Knocks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if you ever heard of Hard Knocks.
I have.
Yeah, it's like Hard Knocks. Hard Knocks to give you that the backstage, I mean the backstage locker room and what going on and with the team meetings and all that stuff. He want that type of thing to it, and I see it's a hit or miss with me because like most of us who grew up in the era of we really didn't know too much about these guys. Of course, we had the dirt sheets and all that stuff, but we we wasn't really knowing how these matches were broken down and all that stuff. We really didn't care too much about. Oh man, Rhea Ripley feel like this and she feel insecure and stuff like that. Like, not to sound like the harshest nigga in the world, but okay, Rhea. I'm not saying I don't care like about your personal life, but at the same time, it's personal for a reason.
I feel like Triple H looks at her like China sometimes. She reminds him of China.
Hey,
The-
that her next to her and Beth, that was like probably your best bet of a China looking woman.
Or Raquel, some say too. And I don't want to. I'm gonna get to a little bit more into the little bit on. Listen, I didn't really watch the Unreal show because I felt like, given how WrestleMania went, do I need to know why it was bad? And we're gonna get to parts of it where on the subject of what plays into the Unreal show. But it's like when I heard about it, I didn't really care, and then people want to know like Triple H. It's like I think Steven told me this. Like Triple H already told you guys that it was fake anyways, wrestling. So we're gonna go behind the curtain. I don't mind knowing the business of stuff. I know about the Abyss thing and Bruce Pritchard, yelling at him, I guess, and Abyss had to apologize several times, or who was the pick the Rumble and stuff. I just didn't really kind of care to watch the show, or even how the whole John Cena thing went. Also, and we're gonna get into a little bit more as we go on, but with different parts of this whole with WWE. But like the Unreal thing, I just didn't care for it that much, or the whole Charlotte and Tiffany promo in Chicago. It was a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I don't want to say too much about the John Cena retirement tour because I feel like we already made a video
already
about that, and that
right,
already
true,
took an hour, and we went into great detail about that. So I'll leave a link on that. Like, just to be quick about it, we talked about it before, okay?
right.
In case anybody didn't go listen to it, the tour wasn't good, and would it just be the heel turn? And we'll get to the Rock and Triple H a little bit later on when it goes to WrestleMania. But we talked about the heel turn. We talked about how bad that was. The magical face turn. Just salvaging the tour at any point. The limited amount of dates. And listen, I know John Cena did that interview with Cody Rhodes, but then again, it's like John Cena is such a political PR robot. He's very well media trained, obviously, but like you ask him a question, like he just gonna answer with another question. And that's why I didn't really want to sit through the whole Cody Cena interview because it was like, yeah, some parts were important, but it's like it's just two politicians up there and they're glazing each other throughout the whole time, okay? Or Cena's gonna do it, and what he's taking blame for himself throughout a lot of this, which yeah, Cena obviously had input in his own retirement tour, I'm sure of. But Triple H is the one that booked this at the end of the day. Okay? So I don't think Cena needs to take blame for all himself. And like I said, he's a company man. So he's gonna, be ambassador for them 24 hours a day, obviously. Like, basically, like everybody said, dude just basically sound like a damn PR robot. And it's like when he's like, well, if The Rock and Travis Scott were here, I don't think we would have got any of the matches we had got. Like, dude, those matches would have still happened regardless. You just would have been a heel, and it probably would have played out differently. So it's like some of the stuff he's saying don't make a lot of sense. And we've already talked about the tap out. We talked about everything. The point is the retirement tour wasn't good. Okay, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on it. I'll put the link out. Y'all can see a great detail what we both spoke about it.
Yeah, I mean, you just really hit it right on the money, and I did enjoy the retirement run, and it's just like I just wish it could have went a whole different way.
Yeah, because just I can't. I like. I wish it would have went different. Because I can't sit through some of his answers and him saying like the proudest thing moment was Punk and Saudi. Him saying that and apologizing to the fan. It was a lot of stuff. Like I'm sorry, but it's like when he's out there with his 6 piece chicken wing suit out there, I just it's hard to it's all political answers. So sometimes you'll kind of get a little like Cena's real answer, but like you told me before, he know how to spin shit around.
Yeah, he learned for the best, so of course he know how to do it.
Same with
You
Cody.
know, he learned that he also another one. They learn how to talk from two talkers. You got Cody who his father who know how to talk, and then you had then you got John Cena. You know he learned from Vince McMahon himself.
Yeah,
So
so we know how they can do this. So yeah, they know how to spin stuff around. But let's talk about a little bit of booking and let's talk about a special booking right now because it's gonna be some people's booking we gotta talk about. Let's talk about Jey Uso first. Let's talk about him, the man that won the Royal Rumble and became the world champion. Let's talk about Jey Uso's booking.
um, here's the thing with his booking. His booking started out very strong to me. And of course it started out with some controversy. Everybody was like, "Why did Triple H pick him for the Royal Rumble?"
Want to put
And
the
I,
rocket ship on him. Said it in
you
the
know,
real episode.
you're right. They said it. But here's the thing. I did. I was one of them who didn't mind because I wanted to see what if we could make a new star coming into the main event scene. A new main eventer, a guy who we took for the tag team, and I see what we can do with him. All right, cool. I'm with it. He got a chant. You know, he got the crowd right behind him. They love to say the one word. You know. So let's see. But here's the thing: you want to know what really hurt him is the one thing that he gained success off of. It's the one thing that hurt him. It's the audience. It was too much, you know. Yeah, once or twice. Um, I would have took it. I'll take it at the WrestleMania. You know what I'm saying? Like that a long interest at WrestleMania. Is that because it's something special and we knew who was gonna get the title then. So get him the long interest, get him the whole the fanfare, and everybody going crazy in the audience. But but damn it, not every fucking Monday. You know what I'm saying? Like, every Monday is not a WrestleMania. We can't run it back every Monday. But that really hurt him. And I think, that was, again, guess who was to blame for that? It's Triple H because I'm sorry, you have to you booking a Monday Night Raw and you not filling all the little slots in. You not filling all your minutes. You not filling up all your minutes very well. So you gotta have this man go out there and waste time. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got enough matches. You ain't got enough segments. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got enough things to fill in the holes. So you have to you got Jey Uso out here for 5-10 minutes, uh, yeeting the crowd up, and that's what really killed his character. That killed it. And people
It,
got tired of it.
he became too much of the gimmick than actually having a match out there. Because here's the thing: there was even like one time going into WrestleMania, didn't wasn't the entrance like longer than the match? He went against like Austin Theory, I think, for like what 2 minutes, and it looked bad because he like botched a dive or something. And here's the thing: like he's out of breath by the time he gets to the ring. Because listen, I get it. He's over. He sells merchandise. I get that, but it's like a 15-minute long entrance. You got to come out there, rely on the yeet thing. Even with promos, rely on the yeet. Say 4 letters, one word, yeet. You got to run it back, and it's a lot of hot dogging out there. People talk it's like The Rock in a way, but his thing, The Rock was actually pretty good in the ring. The Rock wasn't bad. It's like the most things you could say with Jey Uso is like a super kick, do like the hamming it up punches and all that, and the damn Uso splash and yeeting mostly after every move. So it's like, and come on, man, he tapped out Gunther in like what, 2 seconds?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it 2 seconds. They had a whole match. You know
Oh
what I'm
no, they
saying?
had no, they had a whole match, but immediately when he put him in that submission, oh, he tapped it like 2 seconds.
Here's the thing. I didn't like how he immediately tapped because I don't like where a lot of people immediately tap. It like you ain't even really get us the audience to feel of desperation and any type of trying to get out the mood. You immediately tap. So that to me personally, that's always been a pet peeve of mine. Where somebody immediately tap, like, well, what do that mean? You ain't even really get the feel of the whole yet. So yeah, I didn't really like the tap it out immediately. That's something I really don't like anyway. So I do agree with that. I ain't me personally, I ain't with that. But here's the thing though, Brace. I have to be the one who it's the other side of Jey Uso. I I know he not no ring general. It's a lot of people that was over that wasn't a ring general. I think if you could work around that and just have um a Jey Uso match. And Jey Uso match can still be exciting because Jey Uso is still an over guy. You know what I'm saying? He can still get the crowd with the match. He can still get the crowd with the match with his emotions and what how he is. We seen it. You know what I'm saying? When he do the little hot dog and then yeah, we make fun of it. We don't like it and stuff, but at the same time, it's like if we having a Jey Uso match, that crowd going to be with us all through that match. They never going to leave that match because for some of those reasons, he still over with
Still
that
over.
type of crowd, right? With that type of crowd, it's similar to how we say about AEW crowds, like with those type of matches, they still over with that type of crowd. So we can say the same thing about the WWE.
Yeah, that's true. Like they're gonna stick with Jey Uso, and like I said, and I know we talked about it's gonna be a difference between a live crowd and what we think on the internet and stuff. Because like obviously the audience is gonna love it, but even now, I gotta say the audience hasn't turned on him anything, but it's just to the point. It's like I don't know. It's like I don't need to see a 15-minute entrance all the time. But like you said, people are gonna still be over within the crowd. What did you think about his entire world title run?
Um, it would it would hurt because like what I was saying about the the whole entire interest thing. It started to really wear thin in his title run, in his title reign. We were feeling it then, like before he even dropped it to Gunther. People really wanted him to drop it to Gunther for God's sakes because they were tired of the damn interest after a while. Remember, we were talking about it after a while. Like, man, it's a lot of people talking on the internet that they don't like the the 15-minute intro thing, you know. So it's like his run. I think he could get another title run. I think the
Really?
second.
You
I
don't think
think
it's
he.
over?
I don't think it's over. Here's the thing, because I think they needed to cool him down and because it's other people that about to get into the title scene. And, we I'm thinking Brian Breaker. I'm thinking he should win next month. You know what I'm saying? And that's a new world champion right there. A new person in that title scene. You know, and I think moving Jey Uso to the tag title scene, it's not really over. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's over. I just think and we need to move him away from the title scene, refreshing it up. We could do something else with him, and by the time he ready to come back, we got something different. I don't think they
because
really gave up yet. I don't think they gave up. I just think it's gonna be new people with the title scene, and they need to
because
move him around.
because I think the most person that was probably pissed about him losing the world title was Rikishi. And we've seen Rikishi's comments for a while when it comes to Jey Uso that how dare they take the belt off him? Y'all wouldn't do this to John Cena or Randy Orton. They not giving the Samoans a fair shot, which is crazy to say. We've seen Rikishi go off all the time now when it comes to Jey Uso at this point.
Yeah, it's ridiculous because what you mean they not giving the Samoans a fair shot? Like my goodness, one Samoa had over a thousand day reign, so
The
we
Rock
can't
damn near run this company.
company. So you don't think he gonna make sure the Samoa man? Come on, Rikishi. I just think Rikishi is on the top of the fact that he wants some attention. He just needs to cry about something. You know what I'm saying? So
I
and
get it's
like
his kid, but
my
man, like
goodness.
talk about Jimmy. Where's his push?
And to be honest with you, it, I don't want Jimmy to fall into that place of Matt Hardy, and you know what I'm saying.
Marty Jannetty.
And then you're right because especially in WWE because they didn't really treat Matt very well on his own in the WWE. You know, they gave him the occasional mid card title run.
But not
They
as
gave
big as Jeff.
Right, it wasn't as big as yours. So I don't want to see Jimmy go down like that because I really do think Jimmy got some, especially on the mic, he got some talent. You know, he still wrestles like his brother. Like my for goodness sake, like
Some say better.
no, he don't. No, no,
You don't
no,
think
he
he's better than
wrestles.
his brother?
No, they wrestled the same. They wrestled the exact same. I swear to you. I saw the match. I watched the match. They wrestled the exact same. He just better on the mic. To me, he is. He better on the mic. He can put words together. He sound more believable. You know, he don't. I really don't, man. To be honest with you, like shit. To be honest with you, before Jay got the push and everything, I always thought when they was in the bloodline, I thought Jimmy was gonna be the one who was
I
gonna,
did too.
be the one who come out because he had the gift of gab. And I ain't see Jay in this situation. I saw Jimmy in this situation, but hey,
It ended up being Jay. And
uh-huh.
so like that's why I feel like Rikishi he says it's like, man, talk about Jimmy and talk about Solo. Talk about them. I'm like, y'all got Jacob Fatu in the company. I'm like, dude, the Samoans damn near running a lot in wrestling, okay? Especially WWE. So like Rikishi, man, he is it's just I was waiting on him to say something when he lost the title. I was waiting on it.
Right.
So like and like yeah, so it's like I get he wants it's his son, but it's like, dude, come on, man. He was. I think it's almost like, dude, he wasn't gonna have no long title reign like Roman. Maybe he thought he was gonna listen. Jay was about to get no 1,000 day title reign. Okay,
No, not at all. No.
he wasn't about to get no 1,000 day title reign. And like I said, I look at Jay's run like. Other than him being over, like I get he's over and everything, but it's like, come on, I don't know where he expected like he was gonna hold the title for a year or something. I don't even know. I was gonna give him till SummerSlam, but it wasn't even until SummerSlam. I gave him till SummerSlam.
And me too. I thought it. I thought he would. I thought he would go drop it at SummerSlam. Real talk. I did too.
So like yeah, they didn't even do that, and I'm like, oh, he lost earlier than I expected. And so I don't know, man. Jay, I know he's back in the tag division now, and I'm not gonna go into his drunk tirades, even though some of that shit is funny. But I'm not gonna go into that right now. But I can't tell what to do to drunk half the time. Some would say, but yeah, they got him in the tag division. So I don't know if Jay will be back in the the singles competition again. Some people believe that this experiment is over now, but maybe it does come back. But let's talk about LA Knight.
Man, some people the company hate him.
They can't never give him the big one.
Nah, it did. At first, I was laughing at it like, man, y'all think the company hate him? No, no, no. But I don't know now because like you should have been let him win the big one a long time ago. To me, like at least one chance. But to be honest with you, you do say that, but at the same time, you look at the landscape of what was going on and where did he fit after a while. Like you know, they kept on getting in his way. And I think one of the things was the person that we were just talking about, Jey Uso,
Yeah.
and that kind of was like a monkey wrench because even though we heard Triple H say that, but I don't think Triple H had that in mind until he started looking at the numbers and said like, "Oh shit, I think we need to give this man a push," But yeah, after a while, like LA Knight got the crowd, and how long do you think the crowd is gonna be with LA Knight? Um, After a while, if you go keep on beating him like a drum.
Yeah, I think he should have won the damn Cena tournament thing. I think he should have won that. I think there was many opportunities where I think he should have been champion. Some people feel like he messed his own push up when he held up that sign. When he says we want to see LA Knight more than Jey Uso or something. If you remember that on Raw. But it's like if he's not getting beat up by the damn Heyman crew or like I said, losing to Jey Uso or just like not was in Money in the Bank like 3, 4 times and still can't win it. I know he was U.S. champion, but he lost to like Jacob Fatu at WrestleMania. Like the L.A. Knight booking. And some people say if L.A. Knight was Simone, he'd probably be world champion by now.
Yeah, to be honest with you, and if he was somewhere else, he would have been multiple time world champion, and the main event theme would be around him because he got that type of charisma that he could be a part of the main event theme for a very long time. But I just don't understand what WWE want from him. Like you want the crowd to be over. I mean, you want him to be over with the crowd. But damn it, every time you hear that LA Night, they go crazy.
Yeah.
So what do you really want from the man? Like I don't understand.
Like I said, the man can talk. He's good in the ring. He's over. But everybody looks at Triple H like, why doesn't he push this guy? Some people feel like he reminds them. I know we've had this conversation before about like a mixture of The Rock and Stone Cold, or he's the White Rock, or so say it reminds him of The Rock or something. It's some reason they don't wanna they don't wanna pull that trigger with him. And even when because now they've written him off TV and got beat up by the damn like Vision and all that now. So everybody just wondering like, what are we doing with LA Knight here at this point?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so his booking is just amazingly like it's been bad. Like that's one thing to talk about is like why don't they really? It's like it's almost like this. He's up there with the main event. It's like he touches the ceiling almost with the main event guys. He's not a main event guy, but he can. It's like he can touch it sometime.
They
Like
want they want to trick us into thinking he's the main event guy without making him a main event guy. If that makes sense.
yeah, like you want like it's like he's there, but he's not there. He's just not. But they want to make you believe it, but they still gonna pull that L either way on him because I thought, and I said this even back in the Cena thing. Like I felt like they could have had him go against Cena, and if Cena was still the Intercontinental Champion, I think they could have LA Knight beat Cena and put him over to be a champion, at least Intercontinental. I know he was U.S. champion. Hell, then again, I still think Cena should have held the WWE title to the end of the year.
Yeah, me too. If you were gonna put the championship on him, and if this was going to at least be because looking at hindsight, how the whole run went, and you should have had him become champion and hold it off like he said he was going to do. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody could beat me. Throw all the veterans at him like you were doing before. Like the CL Punk, throw the AJ Styles, throw the Cody Rhodes, throw the Randy Orton, throw all those veterans. He could beat them all, and then all of a sudden it takes this young newcomer, not a newcomer, but a guy who been around only probably 2 3 years. He got some credibility to himself, Brian Breaker, and had him beat him for the world championship. I mean the WWE championship.
Yeah, like they could have done that, but it's like now, or he could have beat Seth. Because remember, he was kind of going against Seth out there when Seth had the title. But like I said, they're not gonna do that either. So it's like you said, like they want us to make him feel like he's a main event guy when he's not a main event guy.
Yeah, and LA Knight, he is stuck in a rock in the hard place because this is what he wanted. You get what I'm saying? Not to be at the door and taking L's, not that. But he wanted to be treated like a main event guy. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to get that chance to be over and without anybody messing up his gimmick. And I think, even though he got that part, but WWE is not gonna ever let him get that chance. It seems like that, Bryce. I
And
swear it looked like that every day now. You know, as you look into the future, because what do he fit in at? You know, do he fit in with do you take the title off of Braun after a while? Because I'm dead set, or I
yeah, he
know
was out there.
Braun is gonna win that championship. But how he gonna fit in now?
Yeah, because and like you said, the hell, this guy was going toe to toe with CM Punk on the mic out there too.
Right, which is very rare. You know what I'm saying, for a person that not really, not really the quote unquote established guy yet. Because like we just said, even though they put him in main event scenes, but they not really making him a main eventer. And yeah, so yeah, I with LA, I think they gonna keep on toying with him. That's what I feel.
Yes, I don't know what will happen next. Like I say, he's been written off now, but yeah, are they really gonna pull the trigger, or is this gonna be the same thing? So yeah, where is he gonna fit? But kind of moving on from that, let's talk about a real positive here. I feel like, even though for the short time it was, but Naomi's heel run
Man, something that well needed.
and
Naomi
effective too.
very effective, very effective. Before she had went away, she kind of affected the main event scene before she went away. You know what I'm saying? It kind of opened up a lot of things. Her relinquishing the title kind of opened up the doors for new people to come into the main event scene. You know, so
It
I say that I do agree that it was effective.
I enjoyed it for the short time it was. I think she really did have a whole new gimmick, proceeding with caution, and end up turning on Jade and everything out there, and her explanation of everything. When they had, even though I thought it was a whole Tyler Perry skit out there with her and Bianca and that promo on SmackDown, like they really did a lot with her gimmick. And like I say, even having like a singles feud with Jade, this wasn't a lot of women's championship feuds. Well, usually when it comes to WrestleMania, they always have like it's for a title, but this time it was actually without a title at WrestleMania. It was a pretty decent match too, and I know they had another match at like Evolution and everything. And hell, she won Money in the Bank. Naomi won Money, which I said she needed to win Money in the Bank, and it happened. I said that I felt like that was they had to do it. I felt like it had to, especially with this new gimmick change, because the glow was gone now. The glow was all gone. It was this whole, even though I thought it was like Owen Hart tape she came out with, like, with the danger, but it was like proceed with caution. I thought it was really good. The cash in, on EO and everything. We'll get to her soon enough too. But it's like like I said, even like, had a match at SummerSlam with Rhea and EO, and the promos are really good. Like she even like I was getting a kick out of Naomi's promos, like just. He's like, I'm gonna snatch you, or like when EO's trying, he's like, I don't even know what you just said, and so you ain't ready for this, and like she was
Her
great.
her
Okay,
character was hilarious, and I love that. I think that's what really got us because like some of my favorite villains hilarious villains. You get what I'm saying? The guys, villains who can still make me laugh at the same time, want me to root against them at the same time. You know, and Naomi really hammed it up with that type of villain. I can't wait to see her again.
And the
Really, real talk.
people started cheering. They started cheering too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see her again. To be
It
honest
was
with you, the main event, once she get back, I swear that's going to change a lot of things. And
yeah,
people will go crazy.
it was great. Like for the short time it was great. Let's like say I know she got pregnant. I feel like it was bad timing. No, listen, I get like she was already talking about it, and I guess she has like some. It's like some condition she has. So it's like she been trying to, cause like I guess she it was like one of those like small tube. I can't explain it all the way, but she explained why it was tough for her to like get pregnant and everything. I just thought it was bad timing, especially when you kind of at the top of the game right now. I just thought it was bad timing. It's like I get it, it happens, but at the same time, it's like, damn, man, we could have been continuing this. And I will say one thing, like she'd already been doing interviews about trying to like get pregnant anyways, but some kind of wonder is like, then why did you put the belt on her if she already kind of told you she'd been trying to get pregnant and everything? So it kind of makes you wonder that, like, why put the belt if she already told you that, knowing like I said, now we ain't gonna see it till like a long time. I probably give it till maybe after WrestleMania. I don't know. I just thought it was bad timing. Okay, it's like some people go criticize me for that, but like I'm thinking from a business perspective. Some other people just thinking off emotion right now.
Right, I
I
understand
just
that.
felt like they really could have ran with this more. Okay, like it was really enjoyable than whatever else was going on Monday Night Raw at the time. So like it is what it is, but I just thought it was bad timing.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, I kind of agree, off of if you thinking about it business wise and everything, but at the same time, with when if it's like something like she was saying, like she been going through trying to get pregnant and stuff like that, and she has some type of condition that it stop her from doing it. And whatever if is the best time and the only time that she can get pregnant,
You
and
gotta
she
roll
picked
with
a
it.
good right, you got to roll with it and try to pick the best window that you could take right now. Uh, um, yeah, but I do look at it from a business perspective. I do agree.
So like I said, I get it. So like I said, it is what it is, but it's gonna be great when she come back though. So we just gotta wait for her to come back. And speaking of like when it comes, I guess we talk about positive heel turns. Let's talk about negative heel turns of how they wasted the New Day heel turn.
Yes, that was a very much of a waste. Um, right before the year ended, they turned the guys heel. So we go into this year thinking, hey, it should be a good heel turn. We haven't seen a heel New Day in about a decade. But
And
it
it
was
was wasted.
wasted, very much wasted.
Nothing
And
happened.
nothing happened. They turned it to comedic heels after a while. Like
And
they
they
just
threw
started to funny guys after a while.
and threw Waller with him and that theme song, a new day here, a new day there, a new day everywhere, the new day go, and the new day flow, and the new day show, and the new day whatever I go. Def Rebel sucks. No, no, it was bad. It should have been really good though. It should have been a huge deal after kicking Big E out. And even the promos before that were really good leading up to it. But it was a waste. It was such a waste.
Yeah, yeah, that was one of the downers of this year was the tag team division period. Like, yeah, we could talk about the New Day not having a real good year, but I could go down the tag team division period haven't been good at all.
Oh, it
Like,
hasn't.
man, we go to SmackDown, and I guess, how many times they had a pay per view match? The tag team champions, like you only can count on your one hand probably they how many times the tag team championship is defended on a pay per view. So it's like it's just not really a good year. It wasn't really a good year for the tag team division
Oh
across the
no.
board at NXT, Raw or SmackDown.
I'll say this. Raw had what? Judgment Day beat the tag champions twice and did nothing with it. You couldn't even get a TLC match on WrestleMania and had to do it on SmackDown and wait till SummerSlam. Hell, the New Day, what? They beat the War Raiders in a Clash of Clans match out there on a WrestleMania advertisement, and that went really nowhere. They had the titles. Like so, you used to talk about the whole tag division was just bad in general, or wasn't over. Even right now, it's not good. Okay, it isn't like all the way up to now, but it hasn't been good at all. Like the whole tag division has just been kind of either non-existent. Like I said, they barely can get a pay-per-view match, barely.
And I say it's like it might sound crazy, but it's that thing to me that the the women's tag division right now is looking better than the men. To be
Yeah,
honest with you, like at this point,
I know some are makeshift, but at least they got some people. I'll say that. Some of it's
yeah.
makeshift. And I'll say this, I guess you kind of talk about it's a little bit of a double type of thing right here when it comes, I guess, booking with the women. Two specific people I like to talk about is Bianca and Io booking. Bianca, man, I don't know. I'll say this. When Vince was still there, Bianca was top dog. Triple H, she ain't top dog no more. And I get why they threw her in a tag team, to help Jade out. But even going into WrestleMania, it just really was a lot of questionable stuff going on, especially with EO too. Because one, you should have did the match with Bianca and Rhea. You should have went with the money match what people wanted to see. Now was the question is this. Was Bianca ever really gonna go over Rhea though? And even with Bianca winning the Elimination Chamber, we saw fans start to boo her. And I didn't think much of it at first. It was different countries. We know they've been going like different countries going into WrestleMania. That's probably why they make a lot of money by going to a different lot of countries and stuff with the high price tickets. But we saw people booing and turning on Bianca. And at first I didn't think much about it, but then I kind of had to sit there and think, yeah, you know what, maybe there's some racism here against her. And even going into Mania, don't get me wrong. And I know this, I'm saying this is one of the matches of the year between Bianca, Rhea, and Io. It was a hell of a match. But I was surprised Bianca even got pinned in that match too. And now she has a broken finger, and we don't know when she's coming back. She's been gone basically throughout the whole year at this point. I still think she'll be back in Mania, or Royal Rumble. But her booking has been questionable, and even Io winning the title didn't make any lick of sense either. Oh, let's have her win the night after Elimination Chamber, defend it on WrestleMania, do nothing for almost like barely even on Raw for like almost 3 to 6 months, and then do that Evolution like pay-per-view thing, and which don't get me wrong, that's another match of the year contender there, right too, with Rhea and Io. But second time around, Io's title reign wasn't nothing. So I look at both of their booking as very questionable. And some say with the whole women's division too in general when it comes to the title, and even Jade too, because like, come on, you talk about Jade's booking right now. We had this conversation already. Yeah, she the champ right now, but she ain't got nobody to face. Hell, I'm surprised she lost clean to Tiffany to some extent back at SummerSlam. But then again, we even kind of spoke on about. I know Lash Legend is new, but some say Lash is better than Jade because at least Lash went through NXT first. Jade was just immediately brought to the main roster. It's like Lex Luger, and we talked about in a way. Got the look, but sometimes the skill is not there. You just kind of basically, like the heel thing is working, because kind of basically with the same thing she did with in AEW. But when it comes to like a lot of the women's division in WWE, a lot of it has been either bad or questionable. But the Bianca and Io one really strikes me sometime.
Um, yeah, don't get me wrong. I do agree with you with Bianca and EO and everything, but if this, but this time I really think it's like everybody but Rhea. It really didn't have a good year, to be perfectly honest here. I could say towards the end, Stephanie right now is having a damn good year. Do you know? I want to throw a little set out there. Did you know that Stephanie wrestled the most TV matches this year among men and women?
I didn't know that.
Man,
That's kind of crazy. She's been on
yeah,
TV a lot. Like they've given her a lot though. Even with NXT, she's skyrocketed. She's barely been in the company for what? Barely a year, and it's been what? NXT North American Women's Champion, NXT Women's Champion, and currently the Women's Champion right now. Like
yeah.
they have skyrocketed her to the moon fast.
Yeah, she had 42 TV matches this year. And like I would say outside of Rhea, she could really say that she had a good year. You know, because I was really looking at my notes because this was the part that I wrote a lot about. Was this year women division. You know, I did say one thing like I see what they trying to do with the women tag team scene, but it kind of hurting the women main event scene by you taking all the stars away from the tag team division. I mean, not tag team division, the main event division, and putting them in the tag team division. It kind of really hurting the main event scene of your women division. Um, I was saying how. It, Tippy Time really wasn't a great reign. Like she had a 302 day reign, and it was very lackluster. It's like I really wasn't feeling the title reign, and it go back to the booking.
And
It,
Charlotte feud, and we saw how that went.
uh-huh, there we go.
I feel like they threw her a bone by giving her the win over Charlotte. So I didn't even think some say the match wasn't even all that in Mania.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was just okay. It was just okay. It just barely made the okay mark.
And
And
even
Jay oh yeah, I was saying about Jade. Like after a while, like after a 2 year build, Jade finally hit the part where they wanted her at. But I really think that unless they do something with her, it's not gonna be a memorable reign.
yeah, because right now she has no opponents. She literally has nobody on SmackDown to face. Like, come on, how
No,
many times you gonna keep beating up Chelsea Green and Mia Yim and B-Fab, who we barely even saw in the show, anyways? Like, the only other credible opponent they have is Charlotte, really. But once again, she's in a tag team right now. We've done enough with Nia Jax, Fridge, whatever you want to say, and her throwing her into the damn steel steps. If you want to go from there, and that ref finish, if anybody remembers that from SmackDown, but yeah, if they're not in the tag division, who else is really a top contender to face Jade right now? Like literally, she has no opponent. So yeah, the women's division booking, I can't say it's been all that either. That's been pretty bad. Even Stephanie, like I know Stephanie's the champion, but it's better than Io's reign. I'll say that. At least she's doing something. I don't care much to see Nikki Bella out there like that, but at least she's doing something.
hey, well, here's the thing. I, I'm trying to see like who could be Jay next opponent because to be honest with you, I just don't see anybody. I don't see anybody next in line and that credible. I could, of course, we could pick somebody out of the clear blue, but who is credible that can go for the title and can make us believe that they about to take the title off of Jay?
I'll say this, and I've been telling people this. I think Bianca needs to win the Royal Rumble and face Jade in Mania.
That's your best bet.
Yeah,
That's your best bet.
yeah. Yeah, I really believe that. So that's my only best bet I can say right now, unless they want to trade somebody. But that's the only best bet I can go in for that whole thing. So, because like I said, Jade ain't got nobody to face right now. So we'll see what happens there. I do have another question for you. Well, thoughts on all these releases, specifically Kross, since everybody made a big deal out of that, and the multiple other releases that some people been released twice now throughout this year.
Um, to be honest with you, I wish I would have went into more details. I knew I forgot a little something, and that's one of the little something that I did go. I didn't go into details with that, but off the top of my head though, I was just thinking about like you were just talking about Cross every day. It's like it's unfortunate you hear about these releases and sometimes, but sometimes you have to think about it like it's not a lot of it's not a lot of people. I mean, it's not a lot of room for these guys sometimes. Like Kross, he would get it over for a little while, but it was a little too late. After a while, like yeah, you will get it over a little bit, but yeah, it's a little too late for it now.
And the match with Sami Zayn wasn't all that at SummerSlam.
Exactly.
And I remember people think Cross should have been pushed to the world title. Like this Triple H isn't seeing what Cross is doing. And he brought this guy back. And I don't know, man. It's like I was off the Cross train a while ago, but everybody think that Cross was gonna be this huge deal and the promos and him doing like his work shoot promos. And we've been seeing interviews of how what the company, some say the company held him back or they didn't like some things he did out there. But I don't know, man. Like the Cross thing, I felt it wasn't all that after a while. I just really didn't. And some say I'm not seeing it. And like I say, he ended up getting let go or his contract, and then you hear the stories about like they wanted him, but they didn't really want Scarlett. Honestly, I know it was a package deal with them, but even I was to the point where it's like, what does Scarlett even really do other than, I guess she's part of the whole act, but I'm like, it's not like we ever saw her in the ring. I guess if they took her away, he would have lost more of his mystique then.
I mean, I guess that's what it is. It's like I guess he still wanted his wife to be around with him and something like that. So it was like a whole package deal. You don't take me. I mean, if you don't take her, you don't take me at the same time. You know, um, but you people got to look at it from the business side. Like WWE looking at it like she never really been an asset to us. So why we would waste our time and our money trying to negotiate a contract for her when we just want you, you know?
Yeah, and I guess they looked at that because they said they wanted him. Like, we'll deal with you next, but we're gonna deal with him first because like they see something in him still, but they didn't really see nothing in her. And I just thought, I don't know, like the whole, like I said, the Sami Zayn feud and thinking he was gonna turn, and like I said, I didn't even think the match at SummerSlam was really good. I really didn't, and I think me and Shaggy had this conversation about like, let's see where all those Cross fans are now since they wanted this so bad, and he was gone. He was gone after that. People thought it was a work shoot thing, like it was the Truth stuff. Everybody thinking every release is a work now because of what happened with Truth. And listen, we're not gonna go into that because once again, go check out the Cena video for that one, but a lot of people felt like Cross, this was all part of a work. They thought it was a work, his whole release.
I mean, yeah, of course you could think that, especially how Cross was talking and try to use some of the work shoot things in his promos and before he got released. So of course you probably thought it was gonna be it was a work, but it wasn't. It was a shoot. You know, he straight up he gone. And I know at the same time, like I said, you feel for these guys, but at the same time, where are you going to fit in? You know,
Yeah, because like that, I know that was like probably the most release everybody talked about compared to others that were let go, which I thought it was crazy too. Like, I'm not gonna go into talk about like I know Strowman was let go twice, Dakota Kai was let go twice. Hell, they let go damn near all the metaphor except for Lash Legend. Um, Rich Holland situation is weird. Um,
I wouldn't even call it weird. I called it what it is. So, you know, I read Hollywood went out there and, instead of just, calming down and waiting until they really release you so you can get your money. You went out there and I mean, and waited until your contract expired. You didn't even do that. You went out there and started going out, which really led them to thinking like, oh, okay, then we can release you now.
Yeah, because I guess they were still gonna pay for like his surgery, but he was like, I can't pay my. He's like, he said he can't pay his mortgage or something. He can't take care of his family.
Yeah, you know, you should have waited. At least if you were going to go off, you should have waited until you got released and then go off.
Yeah, because like some say he talked too much and that hurt his own thing. And I know that was the whole thing is just like, all right, what's really happening here? And he's just talking about WWE didn't do this and didn't do that. And I don't know if it's really put him in the best of light. And then with like a GoFundMe page or something. So I don't know with him, honestly. I don't know, but I can't say he helped himself in the long run too. So yeah, his release is just like I don't know. Even when he was still in WWE, like come on, man, they tried to make him a top heel in NXT, and it didn't. They had him kill Chase U. So I just didn't think he was all that, honestly. So yeah, him being gone, he's just gone. Uh Goldberg's retirement.
Um, it was unfortunate that he wanted his retirement in the middle of somebody else's retirement run. He just wasn't gonna work out in his favor, and especially with the WWE really don't. They know you're a star, and they treat you like one, but you wasn't their star.
I'm
You
gonna
know what I'm
say this
saying?
with Goldberg, and I know they cut his speech off and everything, and I know some people feel like he should have been more grateful and stuff. I will say this: I agreed with some of the stuff he had said about them, but like you said, you are a WCW guy and they never really respected you like that. Because he said, oh, they wouldn't do this to Cena or Taker. I like Cena and Taker are like made WWE guys and stuff. I don't even think the match should have been on Saturday night's main event, honestly. I feel like it should have probably been on pay-per-view. I know it was the worst kept secret on the internet and stuff, but and I don't know about him, him telling his son like, hey man, don't sign with these people. They ain't gonna give you no money. Like, no, what go over here, they'll give you more money or something like that. So it's like the match happened, but I don't know. It's like it was just more controversy after that, and I think he blamed Triple H a lot and the company. But it's like some say like, come on, man, you know how this company works, so it's like you should have known better at the same time.
Yeah.
And I'll
They,
say, and not to cut you off, I'll say this too with his retirement run. Well, not even run, just a retirement match. But I get why I was in Atlanta because he won the WCW World Title from Hogan there. But some say his whole retirement, match obviously was another thing with WWE also of counter programming. Let's remember WWE booked like 3 shows that weekend when AEW had All In. Okay,
mm-hmm.
WWE had an NXT show earlier that day. Then you had Saturday night's main event. Then you had Evolution, which I thought it was kind of programming, and they kind of still continue to do that right now with AEW. The whole ESPN thing and stuff. But like, come on, man! Like his match was just used to counter program All In.
Yeah, it was. It was. And people saw through that. And people saw through the whole little retirement match. Like people, even though we ran down the reason why they treated him the way they treated him, but us as a fan feel like Goldberg did deserve more because where he was at as a legendary figure in the sports, I mean in the wrestling industry, like people looked at him as a legend. So for him to go out like that, people wasn't really feeling that.
Yeah, like yeah, I know. And this guy was a name. He was a draw. Like I know he was big in WCW. Yeah, the first WWE run wasn't good, but the second one was better. And I know he popped up here and there several times, but now, like, say he's mad at the company now. So I understood what he was saying, and I know some people went against him. Like I said, some people feel like he should have been grateful. I know you got goofballs like Peter Rosenberg out there talking. It's like who is he and stuff. So. I don't know. It's just kind of like, yeah, you should have known, but I do believe he should have kind of went out better than what he did. And like I said, his match was just used to kind of program AEW, honestly. So that's one thing to speak on. So I don't have a lot to say about Goldberg's retirement other than that.
Yeah,
It could
me either.
it could
That
have
that
been it could have
it
been
could have
better.
been better.
I'll say it could have been better. I guess thoughts on WrestleMania and obviously The Rock and Triple H going, I guess beefing in the back and The Rock's explanation of why he didn't show up at WrestleMania. And WrestleMania not even really being that good itself, except, night one was not good at all, I felt like. Night two was better, obviously, but thoughts on that whole thing, especially with The Rock and his whole explanation and stuff. And Triple H too, because I'll say this. I can blame The Rock for the main event of WrestleMania, but Triple H, I have to blame him for all of why the booking was not good at WrestleMania. That's on him.
Um, Here's the thing. Um, it's I know you heard of this saying before. There's too many chefs in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you heard of that before. Like, there's too many head honchos around here. You know, and got a whole bunch of egos and stuff around here because this guy got an idea, this guy got an idea, it clashing with the other idea this guy had right here, and we ain't gonna really listen to the talent because the talent don't really know what the hell they really want. You know, the people who actually go out there and work the matches, they don't know what they don't know they really want. We only do. That's how I feel with when it comes down to Triple H and The Rock. They feel like their ideas are the best ideas in the world, and you know, and nobody else get an input, nobody else get a say so around here, you know. And you can see that how the book it is. Like I was just looking at some of Triple H, some of Triple H little blunders over over this year. You get what I'm saying? We went over the John Cena retirement run. That was the blunder. You know what I'm saying? We just talked about the other blunder with Goldberg retirement match. It's a lot of questionable bookings that he had. It's a lot of questionable matches that he had. Um, the title reigns are not anything to write home about. Not even Cody title reign. The second title reign, the one he just started over the SummerSlam. This title reign haven't been anything to write home about.
All he's feuded this year was with Cena and Drew.
And
That's
then
it.
it's like it haven't been, none of these title reigns have been it haven't something. It haven't been. We just talked about Tiffany Stratton the title reign. You know that was most of this year, and it still wasn't anything. And
Yeah,
so it's like Triple H booking period is just not really something to write home about, and we
hell,
really
look at
saw that with WrestleMania.
yeah, and hell, look at the booking of Roman Reigns. Like shit, Roman Reigns is like they feel like they've nerfed him. They've nerfed Roman Reigns. It's like because now it's just like pop up one match and we don't see him until like another 3 months. They feel like
I
they have nerfed him.
I don't think that they nerfed him. It's just we got to remember the time off that he took off was just it's his time off. I don't think the company said, "Hey, sit at home." I think it's a part of his contract that he gets to sit at home. you know, I just think certain things happen like that. I don't blame the company on it. Of course I blame the company for writing up the contract, whatever was in that contract. But some part is at that part right there, I do blame the talent. On that part because he not there.
Yeah,
You
he's
know,
not. And subsequently, he needs to be the champion. They need to put the belt back on him because it's not working with Cody.
I'm gonna say it's not working with Cody. It get it still. They need a new champion. I don't think he needs to be the new champion, but we need a new champion to get it still. All right, we had a conversation yesterday. When we were talking in person, and I was like, it's about time for Cody to go out here and drop the belt, and then sit down for a little minute. To be honest with you, like
We did that
it.
already.
No, he needs to sit down a long time now. Real
Even
talk.
even longer.
Yeah, because if you want something, if you want new stars and something to progress, you need him to stay out the way. Real talk. And he come back to a pop. With the main event scene, it kind of. look a little different. He could come back.
He
All
could.
right.
Yeah, I don't know if Drew's gonna win it this Friday. Like, especially if Drew's like it's the third match now. If Drew don't win it here, I don't know what to say anymore.
Right, that's true.
'Cause that's another person's booking. You want to talk about his booking throughout the year? Like, come on, what has he ever done? Feud with Priest. Talk about another guy that's gone downhill at this point too. And this guy was the world champion at a point in time. And it's like ever since that Judgment Day, it ain't been the same for Priest, and same with Drew a little bit after Punk. So we'll see if he actually gets it this time. Do you have anything to say about The Rock and his whole explanation of that? You know, almost like, hey guys, you know what? You don't need the final boss anymore. I came in for Elimination Chamber. I sold the tickets because Ari wanted me to come in and help sell the tickets. Y'all don't want to go on my idea? I'm out. Y'all do that. Y'all call me when y'all ready. Y'all had that though. Y'all can. Hey man, I want to call you turn heel. What do you think about The Rock's whole thing? It's like he was too busy to show up for WrestleMania, and they left Travis Scott out there, and it was god awful.
And I say, I say this about The Rock. The Rock knew when to get out. And he like, all right, cool. I I feel like he did mess up to a certain extent, bringing Travis Scott around. That whole other thing, the whole other heel turn, all that shit. But at the same time, we can't blame everything on this man, like you have said. I blame the main event of WrestleMania on him. I definitely do, but I would say he was the main part of why that WrestleMania did do so well.
I just think, yeah, like I said, it's not all on him other than just the main event. Because, like, come on, this guy came out, and even before that, like, talk about all the stories done with the final boss. I'm like, dude, you came out here talking about you was gonna take Cody's soul and did all this other stuff, and you started a storyline and nothing happened then. Or like I said, even when he was like kind of trying to be friends with Cody again before the whole Cena heel turn, coming out there at the Netflix thing, and I don't even want to get into the whole Rock on NXT part because he went out there and said a whole bunch of nothing and damn near sounded drunk out there and just like what I was like, what this guy going on about? Like he's just talking for nothing. Like yeah, it's surreal and I get like why they had him there. It's kind of surreal to see The Rock on NXT, and he's out there with his kid too. But it's like, what the fuck's this guy even talking about? He went out there for like 15 minutes to talk about nothing, and just
It
like
was it was about nothing. I swear, it was like I was waiting for him to say something. I was waiting for him to make a match or something. It was just a whole bunch of nothing.
he out there drinking with Cody, having some libations in the back, and nothing's going on then. And then it's like, a month two later, like, I want your soul. Like, dude, are you Shang Tsung from Mortal Kombat now or something? Like, what are we doing here? You never, Cena, you left him high and dry, and his explanation, even I was like, man, maybe The Rock need to go away for a while because like that this doesn't help him. Like, dude, we all waited for him to come out of WrestleMania. I thought he was coming out there, and nothing happened, and his explanation didn't help either. It's
Yeah,
like I'm too busy. I got movies, and I already knew everything that was gonna happen. So no, man, the Rock, it's it's strange with him. It really is. Um, yeah, other than The Rock, well, we did have a lot of returns and debuts throughout the year too within WWE. Obviously, we got the return of Brock Lesnar, AJ Lee for over a decade. Rusev coming back, Aleister Black coming back, and even people jumping ship from AEW to WWE. Ricky, well, two of them I just named: Ricky Starks, Pentagon Jr., Phoenix, Mariah May. A lot of people jump ship. How about all those debuts and returns?
and we had some people who jumped ships twice.
Oh yeah, Andrade. Yeah. Some people, and like I said, we're releases. Some people came back and were let go again. Or hell, in Andrade's case, you went from WWE to AEW, back to WWE, now kind of back to AEW, and your contract's all messed up. But I guess that's all settled maybe now. So that's a man. Talk about people jumping back and forth and to ship and everything right now. Because like we already talked about a lot of Brock on the Cena thing, which obviously that pissed off people on the internet. But then again, it's like this guy was never charged with anything, and I said it
Mm.
before, like I said back at SummerSlam, fuck a case, nigga. That's what it looked like to me. So that nigga wasn't charged with nothing. So I guess with the internet, some would say like hoes mad. But he like we brought him back. AJ Lee, how about that? Returning, back in Chicago after a decade.
Um, I was excited to see AJ Lee back. I wanted to see, um, how she how the decade changed things for her in the ring. To be honest with you, she still looked just as smooth as she was before. Now, the Black Widow is one of the smoothest transitions that you ever seen in your life. My goodness, she could lock that in so quickly. It comes second nature to her. Um, but uh, how she been used is a different thing to me.
We've only
Like,
seen two matches.
there we go. And we already seen two matches, and those two matches was important. Don't get me wrong, but I do want to see a feud, a real life one on one feud, and I do want to see an actual run. It would, in 2026. Let's see if they could get her an actual run, if she want an actual run. But I do want to see more matches coming from AJ Lee.
I thought she would have at least had a one-on-one feud with Becky, but I know her and Becky were part of, obviously, the whole. Someone may say the feud of the year with WWE. I guess when it comes to CM Punk and Seth Rollins, since they both were attached to that.
Mm, when, yeah, I mean, it's one of those, it's one of those by default type of things, Bryce. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't get me wrong. I liked the feud, but I think the feud kind of went on. It kind of lingered on too long for me. It took up most of the year.
And then Seth got hurt, so now. And remember, they had Heyman turn on, both Roman and Punk at WrestleMania,
Yeah,
and made this whole group, which I thought, honestly, I kind of felt like it wasn't really kind of going anywhere after a while. And then now Seth got hurt, so obviously now I feel like it should have. Don't get me wrong, I'm not mad with Punk being champion, but I feel like I always kind of thought that Punk was gonna be the one to beat Seth and get the title back, but. He beat Jey Uso, so like I say, everything's gone to a different direction now. But in regards to AJ, though, it was cool to see her back. But like I said, I do want to see a real feud with like maybe a one-on-one. And I get she's been gone for over a decade, so obviously ring rust and whatnot. Some still people want to see her face a lot of people. Some people want to see her face fucking Roxanne there because she's been like Roxanne has looked up to her.
right. Yeah, I do want to see that match too.
Kind of look the
That,
same.
I would like to see that match.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. And they both kind of look the same too. So you know, obviously they AJ should face like a lot of other people. We only see her in a War Games match and a tag match, but we'll see. She may be in the Rumble for all I know this time, so we'll see what happens. What do you think about all those other people jumping ship from AEW to WWE that I name all those people?
Um, at first with it, to start off with Aleister Black. At first, I thought to myself like, Aleister Black came back over here just to be just another mid card guy. That's what I kind of looked at the situation like. That's what he was going to end up most likely being. I see they trying to do something with him, and let's see how they feud with him and Damien ends. And let's see if he can after this feud he can really ascend to the main event scene because I think, to be honest with you, I think Triple H really, really like Aleister Black and he really, really wants him to become a main eventer. But I just think he just got to get over with the crowd.
Yeah, and I know some people brought up, especially between him and Rusev, about what they didn't want to do jobs in AEW, but like they'll gladly do jobs over here in WWE.
I mean, yeah, I do think that, it's kind of sad to look at, but, I guess they feel, I wouldn't say it's better, but I guess they feel it's better to take, to do the job over here than do the job over at AEW. That's how they look it.
I don't got much to say about Rusev in WWE right now.
Me either. To be honest with you, with Rusev, I I, I don't know what's gonna happen. Like how he gonna break that ceiling and get to the main event thing because it's too kind of it's loaded. You know, the main event thing is loaded. Let's see what Rusev could do.
All we've seen him do is lose to Dominic a lot recently.
Right, that's true.
One thing at least I can say, at least Dominic has had a hell of a year.
And that's a positive right there. You know, right now he injured, sitting on the injury report right now. But sure,
Yeah, like he's been Intercontinental Champion, AAA. I'll say about something about that in a second. What
yeah.
about like a lot of people that Pentagon, Starks. Starks. I will say this: AEW fumbled Starks, so Starks. At least it's good to see him getting a lot over here. Like, what about like Pentagon, Phoenix, Mariah May? Hell, Jeff Cobb even coming to this company.
And well, oh, poor Jeff Cobb, he's just a background character. Shit, an NPC for real.
I should have listened to my friend when he told me like he ain't about to be much. I was like one of the people that think Jeff Cobb was about to be some. I didn't think he was gonna be no world champion WWE, but just I thought given what he did in New Japan, I thought there's gonna be something big. My friend, like he ain't about to be nothing like that, Bryce. He ain't. I should have listened.
Yeah, man, I feel bad.
He looked like a fat guy that jumped the guardrail. He looked like a fan that jumped the guardrail, apparently.
They don't really they not really treating him very well over there. Um,
Short.
Sarks, yeah, and that plays the part. Sarks, here's the thing with Sarks, like I think they try to really, they're gonna really, you know, put all they sock into him in the NXT now. Since they gonna call up everybody else, really, they basically called up Trick already. Javon on the main roster, and we know Oma is gonna be there very soon.
Oba.
So it's like I think Starks is gonna be their next guy. They next guy in NXT is they gonna carry NXT for a while. So that kind of they of course they that look like they got a lot of stock into Starks. I really think that's what's going on with them. And so, but
Got it. They got a lot.
yeah, eh, yeah, Rusev. I, back to him. I really feel bad, like because now I'm looking at it, Bryce. We were just talking about LA Knight. I feel bad. I feel even worse for Rooster because it's like if LA Knight, who is over with the crowd, super over with the crowd, and if he not really getting the main event scene, and he not getting that chance, what the hell do Russo got a chance? What chance the hell do Russo got to get in that main event scene? It don't look too good unless something had gotta happen. It's something he gotta do something to get himself instantly over overnight.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like one, the ship I gave him his old music back. And I guess he was trying to do like the whole Redeemer thing in AEW, but the only thing I can really name of what he's done in WWE is what? Face Sheamus and like I said, the Dominic stuff, and then like lose the Jey Uso. So I can't really say Rusev has done that much, honestly, really. So I don't know where he's really going. I will say at least they made Pentagon Jr. look like a big name even before Phoenix got here. 'Cause I know Phoenix has been on SmackDown. It's a little bit back and forth with him, but they've at least tried to make the Lucha Brothers look big. Um, Mariah May. Um, it hasn't been bad. Not too bad, but looking at NXT, I can't say a lot of good about NXT. Other than like some of the people you just named earlier, like Oba and Javon and Trick and Ricky. I'll just say NXT hasn't been all that in general, or just the booking of a lot of people. And I'm gonna say something about NXT when we get to the next part of this, but you know, NXT, I don't know, it's so much stuff on there. Like NXT is just not a really good show. I I swear to God, somebody came to me one time for like, I was like, yeah, I'd rather see Rigo back on the show as GM than the damn Pebble. Okay, she's not good. She's not.
Hey,
We know why she's there in this position.
Yeah, we all know why she did that position, and shoot, I just feel like, man, it kind of the reason why that show is not really that good, and she's a part of the reason why that show is not good. It's just not, and I just feel like if you go with anybody else other than Ava, I think you could have went better with Andre Chase being a
Somebody
being a
with some
champ.
charisma.
Yeah,
She's
she's a charisma vacuum for real.
it's like, I don't care every time she come on the screen, and I just kind of like roll my eyes a little. I'm sorry, she's just not it. No, she's not. Like, no, you're not gonna convince me. So no, I don't think she's good at all. No, like, come on now. I'll say one other thing about WWE before moving on to the next company here. You have anything about them buying up AAA? Obviously, that we talked about that months ago, and how
Um, it's one of those situations like you don't want to see the wrestling landscape get monopolized, but WWE has a history of trying to monopolize the wrestling landscape. And you don't. In one hand, you like it for the AAA guys to get some extra money because that's what it is. Some extra money in their pockets.
the company ran out of money basically, and they got bought out. Some people
Right.
believe they just sold out at this point. And I had this debate with somebody yesterday. Oh well, y'all don't go with Tony for like he bought a Ring of Honor, and look how that has went. Some people believe this has benefited. I know it's a lot of WWE. Come on, fucking Dominic's the AAA Mega Champion on there, and what Chelsea Green and um Ethan Page have some tag belts, and they keep putting that iguana guy on TV.
Yeah, like I said, like I said, it's a extra money in their pockets and stuff. And don't get me wrong,
The
it helped them,
monopolization of wrestling.
but yeah, like I was just getting to, like I don't, nobody wants to see that. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it looking like. Yeah, that WWE is looking to monopolize the whole other thing. That's why you think people was excited to see AEW become a brand, a new wrestling company, because they don't want to see WWE monopolize the whole wrestling thing.
Yeah.
Every day is a WWE product.
Why do you think the territories got killed?
Yeah, it's looking like, because here's the thing: how you looking at it, how you can look at it right now. When it comes down to the landscape, AAA been bought up by WWE. TNA is a surrogate. You know what I'm saying? Basically, basically a surrogate of WWE. They listen to the WWE on everything.
Because that is go ahead.
They took over some of the other promotions with Evolve and stuff like that. You don't want to see the industry get monopolized.
Yeah, or some say like, and we know about poaching talent, and I know some people looking at AEW like that right now when it comes to like New Japan and all that, what they kind of done to them, or CMLL because we know AEW works with CMLL, but now you made a lot of points there with WWE. Like I said, you just look at Evolve, other shows like I said TNA and AAA. It's like, well, damn, who's next then after that? Because like, yeah, they kind of buying up a like I said, they bought out AAA because, like I said, they ran out of money. They ran out of
Yeah,
money, and I haven't watched all these AAA shows. I haven't, and like, come on, man, the Vikingo thing was, people, especially AAA fans, didn't even like that they put the belt on Vikingo because people still was really like, Alberto Del Rio on there still. But like I said, once WWE took over, you knew they were gonna get involved in the booking and change things up. You knew that was gonna happen.
yeah, especially when it comes down to somebody like Alberto. They didn't really leave on good terms. They didn't really have good terms with Alberto left. And and the whole Page situation, you kind of figured they weren't going to really let him hold that title representing AAA under their banner.
Oh yeah, and I know he's got a lot of controversy behind his name, but I know he was really over down there. But it's like, dude, I didn't know if WWE was ever going to let him back on their television again. I know it's been a lot of other AAA guys that have been on WWE television, or mostly a lot of WWE guys been on the AAA shows, and who's like WWE guys are booking down there. Like Taker was like booking it, I believe, and Triple H and other people. I haven't watched all this stuff. Okay, I know it's been people like Americano down there and Rey Mysterio or like NXT guys. It's a lot, okay? That's why a lot of people feel like they've been whitewashed by WWE. AAA, not once where it was. And I'm not gonna sit here and say I've watched a lot of AAA like that in the past. Anyways, I know of AAA and a few things, but it just really when I saw that during WrestleMania weekend, I'm like, WWE really bought them out, huh?
Yeah, that's how it looking like. It's I mean, it looked like what we were talking about is the monopolization, and we that's where I think that's where people are turning against um WWE and TKO board and all that them all of them because you after a while we're gonna go back to how it was before AEW became a brand. I mean, became a company. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go back to that where it wasn't a lot of companies around that can compete with WWE. Not saying that AEW is competing, but money wise, when it comes down to money wise, that people can still make a living. I'm kind of glad AEW is around, so it won't be WWE or bust when it comes down to that.
That's true because, like I said, like it's a lot to say about AEW too. But like I said, at least they're their own thing also at the same time. But like I said, it's like a lot of monopolization because that now brings me into the next thing of company we're gonna talk about now. Let's talk about TNA because TNA, man, it's been an up and down thing with TNA, and where can I even begin with TNA? Especially, and I know, like I said, we already talked about monopolization and them and their partnership with WWE, which I've always been using that word loosely. So like let's kind of start off with TNA. Where do I begin? Let's go kind of go back to the beginning of the year with all this then. With Joe Hendry winning the TNA World Title back at Genesis and his reign as champion, which I can't say much about because I don't know, man. I feel like it's like it was cool when he won the title. Some feel like they waited too late. Should have did it Bound for Glory months earlier, but they wanted to wait for a bigger crowd to do it. But then again, it just looked like he was just fighting challenges of the week when he was world champion. And obviously, like we all know what happened at WrestleMania, which I've debated with people about this. Like I don't know, man. When it comes to this, listen, we've seen Joe Hendry on NXT multiple times now, and I like Joe Hendry. Don't get me wrong, but I can't say his booking as champion was not well in TNA. It really wasn't after he won it. And then like the match with Randy Orton, which some are gonna look at it's like, well, man, you just let your world champion get jobbed out on Wrestle. Yeah, at the end of the day, Joe Hendry got a spot on WrestleMania. Nothing against that. Good for him. I know it was a last minute thing because Kevin Owens got hurt, but some have been people debate me about that. Well, it's about the spot, Bryce. It's about the YouTube numbers, Bryce. It's about taking the RKO spot. That means more than anything and whatnot. And I sit there and I said this months ago too. Like for Joe Hendry, good for him. He gets a spot. How the hell does this help TNA? What some say
It,
it gets them exposure?
Here's the thing: it's like you want to say that they can go there because it was exposure. But here's the thing, though. And not all publicity is good publicity. We all heard that before. It's just not. And that's one of those situations where it was not good for the company to send a world champion out there. They could have sent somebody else. If you wanted a job out, somebody's job out, you could have picked somebody else. And you still could have had the same exposure. The same exposure that the TNA star went out there and got jobbed out to Randy Orton, but not your world champion though. That was the whole thing about that, and that's the reason why everybody was in such an uproar because it's like. that's not a good thing to do, you know.
Yeah, that's why when I question this whole partnership thing, and I know people are gonna bring up the AEW. Yeah, the AEW one sucked. I get it. It was really bad. I understand that. Hell, nobody from TNA couldn't even get on AEW, honestly, and they really did him dirty. Okay, but I look at this whole thing with WWE and TNA. It's kind of like, yeah, at least I could say, TNA guys have been on WWE television and vice versa to an extent. But I felt mostly just like the top talent from TNA was mostly going to be on like NXT or something. And listen, Jordan Grace, we all know she had her last match. I know some people already question her booking right now in NXT. It just goes back to the poaching thing too. Because yeah, Joe Hendry is signed with WWE now. Same with Jordan Grace too. And they feel like they're going to be coming after other guys also basically too. And that's where you kind of, what did you say earlier? That they're like a surrogate of WWE? Or basically, like, you don't want to see them like, what is TNA? Are you your own company? Are you a fucking farm system or some another developmental league? We already got NXT and Evolve for that. People to watch TNA to be TNA. Not because even there was a point in time where it's like, God damn, do we need this many NXT people on TNA television? It is some nobodies too, really,
And, for,
to
and
get
first,
reps.
and don't get me wrong. Like at first, the novelty was good, the cool. You know, it got me going. It got me coming back to TNA a little bit when I first saw it. Like, oh my god, NXT. You know, got NXT stars and stuff. But after a while, it was like the novelty wore off. It was like, and you know, you got Izzy Dane coming to challenge for the TNA Knockout Championship. Like Izzy Dane, she ain't even up on the she ain't even up on the total poll over there at NXT. How we got her coming over here challenging for the TNA Knockout Championship? Like, are we fucking serious? Like, some of that stuff was just out of just I was not feeling it at all. Like, and then
Yeah.
you had just alluded before you had gave it to me. You had just mentioned how some of these guys wasn't even guys who was top dog over there at NXT. These are guys who just like you were just saying, like just getting reps. You know what I'm saying? You know, not hey, go over there and get some reps in TNA. You know, go down there in TNA and go get some reps in. That's how it felt like.
Nah, I gotta agree. It did feel like that because even I said, okay, send some top names from NXT down to TNA then. Do that. Get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
yeah,
do
not
that. And
I,
well,
I,
we gonna get to that now because I was saying I'm sick of seeing too many of these D League cats on here. It's like, why are we just sending random people here all the time from NXT on there? And it's not like I said, they didn't want to send nobody top. Well, now we can kind of get to that now because Trick Williams now. Trick Williams won the TNA World Title.
I had just wrote I had wrote that down earlier too. When I was talking about the main three guys, the main three call ups, this year, really late this year, recently, and I was talking about how certain people, certain people looked at that run as an unnecessary run. He didn't need to happen, but I say at the same time, it kind of helped his rise for the main event. I mean, for the main roster. You know, I really do think that was a nice little touch before he went to the main roster. He not only had the NXT championship, but he also had another major company championship. You know, I kind of help his stock a little bit going into the main roster. Now, do you hear me at all say it helped TNA? No, I kept on saying trick. It could have damn sure did not help TNA. It really
I'm
didn't.
I'm gonna say this. Let me say this when it comes to him winning the TNA World Title. Okay, now how can I say? Because I didn't watch the match live. Obviously, I think it was like I think Double or Nothing was going on at that time, and I noticed it was the main event of the show, and I kept sitting there thinking I was like, they really about to have Joe Hendry lose the title right here. I felt like that's what it looked like, and when he lost obviously and Trick won. I know it's like some heel tactics, what got me is like you have this so-called president. You already seen me talk about him several times. He looked like a cuck, like he's just getting bitched out there several times. Like just he's have to slow. And I get he's not like a wrestling guy. He's like business and all that and stuff. But but it's just like he looked defeated. He looked defeated. Just slowly handing Trick the world title. Now, the only positives I could say about this with him winning, I get it was for the story. I get it was to build Mike Santana. I get it was to build him all the way in the Bound for Glory to winning the world title. Yeah, some think it should have happened in Slammiversary and it was in his hometown in New York. But given it was a triple threat match, I was like, okay, Santana wasn't pinned and Joe Hendry was pinned. At that point, I just wanted Joe Hendry gone from this company because it's like I didn't need to see him anymore because I think it was just over. And we all knew WWE wanted him anyway, so I was already kind of done with that. So it's like I can understand what you say it doesn't help, but I felt like it did help build up the story more. I'm not gonna sit here and say Trick Williams helped sell out Slammiversary to get one of their biggest crowds ever or Bound for Glory. I'm not gonna say that and everything, but I I
I know what you're
understand it
saying.
from a story perspective. I can understand it with Trick Williams and the Mike Santana feud.
I understand what you're saying though, but with Mike Santana and everything, I just felt like when it came down to helping the company, it kind of made the company look like you were just saying about dude. Like it looked kind of made the company look kind of cuckish because it was like this guy, who, yeah, he the top dog over there at NXT, like at that time, because he was one of the main eventers at that time. But at the same time, it's like, man, nobody from your company can come in and beat this guy for the championship. It just kind of made it look kind of bad on their end. But on Trick end, it kind of helped his stock out a little bit. You know, you gotta look at it now. Two-time NXT championship champion with the caveat of having the TNA championship right along with him. So it's like it helped him, but I don't think it helped TNA in the long run.
And another thing too, like other than the Trick feud, I'm not like mad too much with it, but I can still get from initially. But my other problem with all of this is just the other random titles they just switched around of TNA. Like nobody from TNA has held an NXT title, but come on, man, y'all gave JC Jane the title at Slammiversary, which made no sense to go against Masha. I thought that was pretty dumb. And then like yeah, Ash by Elegance ended up getting the title, but it was on a I even think JC was even pinned. She ended up pinning Masha to get the title back on the show. And then Kalani Jordan. People just think I hate Kalani Jordan now. I was like, there was no point of putting the belt on Kalani Jordan. And I get Ash had to go. Ash was hurt. She had to give up the title. But damn, you tell me nobody else on the company was good enough to win the title? Well, I know they ended up giving it to Xia Li later on, like a month or two ago, but I thought the Kalani Jordan thing didn't make sense, or just like even now giving Stacks a title. And hell, all the other people I could say that won NXT titles was the Hardys. And yeah, I get it, they are contracted to TNA, but a lot of people look at them as WWE alumnus on there. So it was getting to the point like, what are we doing here with all these NXT guys just taking the damn TNA belts? Hell, people I'm sure are going to talk about Moose losing to fucking Ethan Page on NXT yesterday. I get it was right, some heel tactics and whatnot, but still though, like that's what people question this partnership. It's like, dude, why are we just giving random NXT people the TNA titles for? It makes
Yeah,
no sense.
yeah. I do agree with the Kalani Jordan part because to be honest with you, I did see Kalani Jordan again being a top person there at the time. She wasn't even at top in her division at that time. So for you to take her and put the TNA Knockout Championship on her, that's just I don't know. It just didn't make no sense to me.
No, it didn't. I didn't think it did. I don't even think in the law. Yeah, she got pinned at least by Xia Li, but yeah, I thought it was I know it was another heel thing, but I'm like, damn, you got Jordan Grace losing to Kalani Jordan out here? Like, are you crazy? Like, what are we doing here? It's getting like Jordan Grace not even TNA no more, but still though. And what got me out of all this, remember they did that invasion show, so now TNA is mad that we go send the roster there to beat the hell out of NXT, which probably should have been done months ago at that point. But it's kind of like Wow, we waited all this time now to, and well, hell, they couldn't even call it invasion then because for some reason WWE got to bow down to Israel because of that, the whole war and everything, which I don't think none of those correlated to each other in general, but I just thought it was stupid to even change the name. No, it was a damn WWF pay-per-view years ago. But yeah, TNA didn't do that until like, what, months later? Oh, now we gonna mobilize the roster and beat the hell out of NXT because we can be treated like second-class citizens now.
Yeah, I do agree to with you. Like you said, that should have been done months ago. And if you wanted to do some type of invasion angle, but to wait till now, it's just ridiculous. And it's just I don't know what's going on with TNA.
And
I think they got their deal, and once they deal, I hope they once they get on their feet and start their TV show on AMC. I just hope they just leave WWE in the dust after that.
because here's my thing, and I agree with Shaggy. He told me this too. Like, let TNA book for TNA, not to appease the WWE. Okay, like book for y'all. Like I said, you finally got the TV deal now. It's
Yeah.
AMC. That's what I've been saying this whole time. I hope this comes into a TV deal, and they have the TV deal now. But you really need to really question this partnership sometime. Okay, I'll admit it. I said it before. Yeah, is it better than the AEW one? Yes, but it's like I said before. What are we watching this show for? Are we watching this for TNA, or are we watching this to be a WWE developmental show on here? Because what are we watching? Even with Mike Santana, he did win the title with Bound for Glory, but then again, what loses it to Kazarian because we had to send some more D League guys and continue this NXT crap. I'm not even mad at Kazarian coming to champion. I was just like, Mike Santana did nothing. I'm gonna assume he wins in the Genesis coming up, but it's like he did nothing with the title, and then they gave it to Kazarian, which I like Kaz, and I think he deserves it, but it could have been done a different way.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely agree that it could have been done a different way. And I'm with you on that. It's like
And
you happy for them to have the deal now, but at what cost?
yeah, like and we sent the Super D League guys to NXT now. Like, come on, like Brian Pillman Jr. and Stacks and like I don't even remember who half those guys were out there, but it's like, who are we sending down here for real? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't need to see some of these guys. Like, I really don't. Like, why are they here on this show? So I think no, it's like, yeah, they need to book for themselves. So like, you got the TV deal now, and you have names on this show. It's not like you don't have nobody on here. Hell, you got all the Rascals back together. I'll give them that too. But still, like, what are we doing here in all this partnership? And like I said, the Santana thing, and what got me is like you did Bound for Glory, take 3 weeks off TV and come back and he loses the title for some type of shock value booking. I don't know who, like what Tommy Dreamer and Delirious are booking this, so I don't know, but it's a lot of things to question when it comes to TNA. One positive, at least I could say about TNA in a way throughout this year was the return of the phenomenal AJ Styles after a decade being gone from TNA.
Yeah, that was cool to see. And his interaction with Leon Slater at that time.
Yeah, winning the X Division title and, the first X Division champion and now the new youngest X Division champion out there. I like Leon Slater a lot. He's really good at. That's why top 450 is crazy. I don't know why nobody didn't catch him back in Rebellion when he did off the damn Ultimate X thing, but and I'm glad he was okay. But I like Leon Slater. But seeing AJ Styles back after a decade in this company, even though he didn't really, all he just kind of did was talk. I think people wanted to see him in a match. Apparently, he said he was gonna do something with Kaz, but they didn't want that to happen, but I'm not gonna lie, I popped. It was great to hear "Get Ready to Fly" again. It really was. Like
Yeah.
this was the face of TNA right here. Okay, yeah, I know there's a lot of problems and pay cuts and why he left, which you know TNA did that to themselves by letting him leave, and if you know the whole story behind that, but it was really cool to see him again though. So that's one big thing I can say with TNA was seeing AJ Styles, TNA original back. Um, what about the Hardys versus Team 3D one more time?
Man, it was cool to see. Don't get me wrong, it was very cool to see. Um, you look at the match to see how Devon was going to maneuver. And it was just I ain't gonna lie to you, it was like one of those cool moments that you got to see it. I'm glad we got to see it. one more time.
It was cool. Yeah, it was too cool to see one more time. So I'll say that in the Hardys, good to see Devon at least do a match because we haven't seen him do it in the past few years. So it was what it was, but it was still a cool thing to see. Try to see what else TNA did. I know there's a lot of somewhat debuts out there, or maybe returns. What do you think about like Elijah debuting on the show, or like Indy Hartwell, or the former Jakara Jackson, but Mara Sade now.
outside of her, outside of her, Indy, I felt like this could be a good thing for Indy. You know, they really get that real good, real big shot at the WWE. You could be treated very well over here at TNA. Um, Elijah, the former Elias, I really like those two right there. TNA could be a help to them, and they can help TNA out too at the same time. It's like it worked well for both them and the company that they came over there. And I hope they do very well in 2026. I hope they do very well. I hope they are, some type of main event scene um, once the TV show happened. It's like I really hope they do well over there. Real talk. Maura Sade, the former Shakara Jackson. I looked at that situation with her. Um, she needs to be polished. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of things that I really don't think that she got down packed just yet, and she gonna be a work of art. You know, they could do something with her, but it's gonna take a while.
There's something there, and I always thought it was something there, even with her in WWE, with her and Lash, being a tag team. But obviously, they looked at Lash in a bigger way, obviously, and we see that now. But nah, Mara Sade, I think there is something there, but like I said, they got to take their time with that. But it is good to see her, in a different company and whatnot, doing something right now. I can't say she's done that much in TNA right now. I don't know why she's still kind of feuding with the Nemeths or Ryan Nemeth or something, but like I don't know. This one was like you gotta wait and see what happens next, I guess, and we'll see if something big happens with her. Cause I did think I was surprised when she did get let go from WWE ending up on TNA then. So like I said, I don't have a lot to say honestly with her right now. Her and that
Yeah,
sucker though.
you kind of want to be that sucker, man,
Besides,
for
she
real.
got like her retractable side. I ain't gonna lie, man. Kind of doing that sucker a little bit too well. I'm just saying, a little bit too professional, but I don't know, but what else though? Other than with TNA, other there's good parts. Maybe I could say I'll give Mustafa Ali a lot of credit. Um, him coming back to TNA and they signing him. The Order 4 thing I think is working. Um, I think him and Mike Santana had a hell of a feud in a match earlier this year. I think that was really good.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, eh, with TNA, I, I think they kind of did Mike a little bogus in this run. Like they made him the champion, but they took it away from him so quickly.
I don't
Like,
get it. I'm like I said a few minutes ago. I guess he got to win it back at Genesis, but I was like, there was no need to take the belt off him like that, especially after you've been building this guy ever since he really came back to this company. You have taken your time and built this guy very well, like really well. But I just didn't understand. Like you just had come back on TV after Bound for Glory after 3 weeks, and then he just loses it there. Like I didn't understand. I don't know. That shit still don't make no sense. Like I said, none against Cat. I'll say this too. Some people tried to think it was like a few years ago, Bound for Glory, when what was it? Josh Alexander won the title, and then Moose used his cash in thing to win. That was different though. That was like immediately right after the match ended. This is like 3 weeks after, and what? Mike Santana was having some match with Ryan Nemeth, and then you sent these NXT job guys out there to jump him, and then
right?
like no, this was stupid.
Yeah,
This was very stupid. So No, I don't understand. I don't know. Like I said, I'm assuming Mike Santana will win the title back next month, but there was no reason. Like I said, you took your time making him a flag bearer of this company and being the leader and even fighting the NXT stuff and the feud with Trick and a lot of things. But no, I don't. I didn't think it made no sense to take the belt off him. And once again, it's like, who is this company booking for? Sometimes it makes you wonder that. It's like, dude, enough of the damn WWE guys taking the titles already. Like, come on now. But I get exposure, but you gotta really kind of watch these things too. The only other thing I can say left about, I don't have much to say about really left about TNA. I tried to figure out all the important parts. I believe Sam Callahan retired too. I guess that was legit. I think he's like a producer in the back now because they had that whole thing. I know they put Mickey James and beautiful people in the TNA Hall of Fame. They deserve. It's well deserved. I didn't get.
Yeah, yeah, most definitely. Yes, well deserved.
It's deserved. So I don't. Like I said, I like Mickey James deserves to go in any Hall of Fame. Honestly, Mickey James is great. Um, like I said, WWE right now with her. Well, man, we got to put Michelle McCool over her though. So
Oh my goodness. You know, and that's why I don't understand why, why Mickey would ever think anything different from this company. This is the same company that put stuff her stuff in a trash bag. So I'm sorry. This
I,
company don't ever I don't think this company ever respected you, Mickey.
I
And that's so crazy.
I know her husband is there obviously right now, Magnus, but yet they've never really looked at Mickey. Very underrated, I guess, in their eyes. But Mickey James has always been great. It's just WWE is just really just weird with her a lot, even with the whole LFG thing and stuff too. So I don't know. I don't get it sometime. But other than like, you have anything else to say with TNA before we move on?
No, no, nothing much really.
Because I got everything from my notes from there. But let's move on to AEW now. AEW, the year they have. I don't know. I may even try to go on and say some say it's probably better than WWE because I can't say WWE had great of a year. Damn, where to begin with AEW? Where can I begin? What do you got from your notes to kind of start this off?
I would. What I really started off with the the main event scene, how depleted it got over this past year. That's what I really started off with. Um, what I say about the injury. So I try to look it up. I am so sorry about that. But yeah, yeah, some of the guys like, even though Kenny is not injured, but he is on a severely limited time. Like, he been working hurt. Everybody don't understand that part, but he been working hurt. Kenny Omega
Yeah,
is like
he's been.
you got Adam Cole basically saying the R word without saying the R word. Yeah, Edge, aka Adam Copeland, he came back and back on the shelf again. It's like, really can't, catch a break. Jay White is gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, Swerve just came back. You know, and Will is still on the shelf. Like, you in AEW, if I were AEW, I'm just feeling like I can't catch a break.
It has been a lot of injuries in AEW. I do feel like, yeah, because a lot of top guys aren't there right now. Um, like I said, Will, which I still think he should have been the guy, but I kind of get why now he wasn't. He was injured. Adam Cole, I don't even know what to say about Adam Cole right now. It was sad to see that back at All In. I,
Hmm.
I don't know when he'll ever be back, so we don't even know what it was in regards to his health. And we talked about this months ago, but I don't know. Hopefully, he can come back at some point. I don't know. Kenny Omega, like you said, he's working her because I'll give this about Kenny Omega because he came back at the beginning of the year and he wrestled for New Japan and wrestled Dynasty with Gabe Kidd. Some say it was already a match of the year contender. And I thought Kenny Omega was really back like that. After doing that match. Now I know some say it was controversy right after when it comes to like New Japan kind of going at AEW for like taking talent. We talked about that a few minutes ago, poaching talent and stuff. And they got mad at one of the commentators already, which even though he was telling the truth, and Gabe Kidd kind of doing promos on AEW when it comes to New Japan and how a lot of New Japan talent are already in AEW now. So we talked about that, but the main event scene, I don't know. What do you think about, I guess, Hangman Page being the guy and actually went, because his whole thing, being the guy to beat John Moxley, because like you said, the whole Death Rider story and All In and main event in the show, like, what do you got to, I guess, have to say about Hangman in general, I guess, with the world title?
Uh, in one of those situations, like with the power of hindsight, we know why that it, the reason why it had to happen. But it had to be Hangman because they knew that Will was was hanging on the thread, basically, hanging on the string, and they kind of figured that he probably gonna have to go for surgery sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? So with the power of hindsight, I see why they did it, and they had no other choice because we had just went down the line, down the list, people who was available, and it's not that many people that was available that's in the main event scene, other than Hangman. Hangman kind of was the guy in the right place, the right guy in the right place. And that's how I felt. um, do I really look at it as a memorable title reign? No, just like his first one, it's just not memorable. To me personally, it wasn't a good title reign, and to me personally, they consider him as a main eventer, but I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? I just really never saw it.
I think it should have been Osprey, and I go back to the whole Owen Hart Cup tournament. But like I said, Osprey was hurt. I think it was a great match they had. I know some of that whole story about one didn't want to put the other one over, or one thought the other should. That's nice and all that. One wants to put the one over, but somebody got to go over here, people. Okay, and Tony got to make that decision. So I get why Hangman, because Osprey was hurt, and they had the whole redemption storyline with him too. I don't think it was feud of the year though with him versus Moxley. Because look, come on, who was really about to beat Moxley? Because we already had Moxley run rampant with the title for so long now and taking out people. Swerve wasn't the guy, which I already knew Swerve wasn't gonna win anyways against Moxley, and we saw the whole finish of that with the whole Young Bucks and all that stuff and how bad that was. And I know some people gonna bring up the whole him saying "fuck Booker T" also. That whole shtick, if anybody knows that, which that I ain't gonna lie, that was crazy though. The Swerve, was that even really, nah, I can't even say that was a feud, Swerve versus Booker T, um and stuff.
Yeah, I just feel like it, for everything you can say about AEW, but one thing you can say that it was really the next man up in this situation. You
It,
hate to see a whole bunch of people go down, but it kind of was, kind of looked like they had a backup plan for every plan that went down.
yeah, because Edge didn't even win the title. And come on, remember they did that spike spot with him and Mox with the spike back going to Mox, hit him with the
Right,
nails, and that was brutal, even though I didn't think it made a lot of sense, honestly. Because let's remember, they had this match like days after the Revolution pay per view, which, they wasted that cash in with Christian with the whole contract thing. I thought it was a waste, and Christian got pinned because I don't think Edge didn't want to take the L there, some would say. And, they did that match a few days later on TV and the spike thing, and it was just like, why even do that spot? Honestly, I guess it got a few more views, but we saw how brutal it was. So yeah, Edge didn't win it there. Swerve didn't win the title there. I'm trying to remember who else even faced Mox. Cause like I said, they had the Death Riders run rampant. You had Darby threw down some stairs so you can go climb Mount Everest. Brian was gone, and All In had to be the way to take the belt off. Because remember, the belt was in the damn briefcase for months then, and we saw the shenanigans that went down there. Like they basically had their end game at All In, and so that was a long ass pay per view too. But you know, I get why they put the belt on Hangman, but kind of after his run as champion, can't say it was all that. Other than what you faced MJF, which we already knew he was gonna beat MJF because he didn't use his contract thing. Samoa Joe had the title for like a month. Who else did he face while he was world champion?
And damn, that is true. Like, but what? How many opponents did he have? He really wasn't that long. You talk about Hangman, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah. Remember the title reign wasn't that long.
because he all in was like in what May, June.
It- oh, so you hold on, time out. So he had the title that long and only feuded with a few people.
Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah, and he had a rematch with Mox. He did have that because we thought Mox would have been off TV after the damn, what was it? Texas, which I didn't even think it needed to be a Texas death match for the world title. Honestly, I didn't think it needed to be because the AEW does so many hardcore matches half the time. It'd be damn near the whole pay per view is hardcore matches.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's like I, his title reign wasn't that memorable. To be honest with you, you look at it, but it wasn't his fault though. That I don't think it was the company fault at the same time. It was just the fault of it really wasn't that many people in this main event picture.
Other than like Moxley and like you say, you had him run rampant. Yeah, a lot of people either hurt or the people you already had, they already had lost and stuff. Because, like I said, All In was a big show. Okay, All In was a very long show, but it was still their biggest show of the year. Obviously, it just went on from like 12 o'clock to there to 8 p.m. at night and stuff. But nah, in the main event scene, like I said, until MJF came back again, the main event scene has been kind of been pretty depleted and whatnot to who they got. So they need people, or some people are already hurt right now. Um, I guess what else are you talking about with AEW? Let's Mercedes Monet.
Oh man, I made some notes about that.
Oh boy, let's talk about this because I already know who about to go right go against me or anybody else out here that talks about this. I will say this with Mercedes Monet. From a match perspective, if you want to look at her like current year in AEW, I can't say it's been a lot of bad matches. Never really criticized Mercedes in the ring like that. She is really great. I think she spams the Meteora a lot, but I never said a lot of her matches were bad, and I think the match with Toni Storm was really great at All In. I think they really was. Um, who else you go against? Statlander. Um, I'm trying to think what other opponents she really had throughout the year, even for the TBS title. Gotta say, like, cause the Toni Storm thing went on for like months and stuff. But other than like the matches, obviously we got to talk about all these damn title belts. The Another belt collector gimmick, which in my opinion was not really good, and nobody knows what half these belts are. And we've talked about the positives and negatives to this. I'm not gonna stay just straight up negative. Now you could say when it comes to her winning all these titles, it's like on one hand, it does like okay, it helps whoever she's going against, whatever woman she's facing. They get to be in the ring with Mercedes, so it kind of helps their stock. It sells some tickets, get more people in the building, I'm sure, to come see this, match by having her on here. But here's the thing, though. You don't even know what half these belts are, okay? It's only was like two or three that matter. The Rev Pro one, I can get that because people know what that title is in the UK, and I know it was in Tokyo Dome against Mina Shirakawa at Wrestle Dynasty. Even the CMLL women's title has a lot of prestige to it. But when it comes to all these random belts in whatever country it was, it's like you never saw the match. It probably maybe it was posted on YouTube later on, and stuff. But I don't. I'm not gonna sit here and try to name you these title belts. I'm really not because nobody knows what they are. Nobody knows what they are. At least with other belt collector gimmicks, at least I knew what the championships were. But it's like when it comes to like the presentation and promos and all that stuff, it's like, do these belts even really matter? You're not gonna see them get defended on this show, and if they are, I may have missed it because I don't watch Collision. But come on, man, could you really name any of these title belts?
I'm looking at these damn title belts and I don't know. And to be honest with you, that even the when I was asked when I asked about the titles online, you know. It only can bring up the CMLL, the Real Pro, what you just talked about, um, and what they say, and various international titles, which lets you know how prestigious these titles are. If it's just various international titles, like nobody gives a damn about this shit.
Who did she beat?
They don't even say. They don't say. They just tell you what the titles that she got and how long she had them. Other than that, they don't tell you who she beat for these titles.
And it's
And
like, didn't they do one on like one of the AEW? It was like, was it Full Gear? I think, Wrestle
they
Dream, where she
they said
randomly.
one. My bad. I am so sorry, bro.
Go ahead, go ahead.
But they did mention one person that she did beat for the Rare Pro title, and that would be the Sarah Cole.
Yeah, that was back at the beginning of the year at Wrestle Dynasty. And then she beat Mina again for some Ring of. I think I talked about this already. This Ring of Honor I was like interim. What got me was what they said interim Ring of Honor TV women's title. So here's the thing: Red Velvet was hurt, and I guess Mina been holding that belt since June. And I remember
Right.
somebody saying like, "Oh well, this shouldn't really count since it's an interim belt." Listen, half these other belts don't really count. So how could this one be not important if half the others aren't really important too? So you can't sit there and tell me that like, oh, it's an interim belt. And here's the thing with Mina, it's like she got beat twice by Mercedes. And here's the thing too, why not make Mina the damn champion at this point if Red Velvet been out for that long? That's my thing with these interim titles they create half the time. I'm sorry if somebody got injured or something. You just got to crown a new champion, and
That's
maybe that
it.
person can come back and get their match back or rematch.
And that's all we can say.
Okay, so it's like, like what else? I said it before. That Owen Hart belt don't even count. What is the point of even hold? You can't even defend that belt. And then again, she won the tournament. She lost it all in. Why is she still holding this belt around?
The right. She, I guess it's supposed. If it's a trophy, treat it like a trophy. You don't carry it around like a belt. Treat it like a trophy. If
Yeah,
that's what it is,
yeah, like that's basically what it is. It's just a trophy at this point. You can't defend it. You really can't. So it's like, why? What is the point? It's like all it bit over. She lost. Okay, she lost. So I don't know what else you could really take from that other than yeah, she won that whole tournament, and that's kind of it. I don't have much to kind of really say about that, but it's like it doesn't make any sense to why the Owen Hart one is even. And I know some people did kind of carry it when it first began, but it didn't even last that long. Okay, so it's like I said, you don't know what half these belts are or who she went against. Like I said, I've named positives, negatives out of this. Some people believe I'm just gonna be hating and shit, so it is what it is. But you're not gonna sit and can try and convince me that this whole belt thing was something to write home about like that.
here's the thing though. You know, like everybody wanted, want to compare it to the Ultimate Dragon and everything from back in the day, and even then, like because I wouldn't compare it, but even then, it ain't like Ultimate Dragon was like helping at the time when he was holding all those belts. It wasn't like he was helping WCW at that time when he became a WCW wrestler. It ain't like, that sock really made him a main eventer there. So it's like, why is she trying to replicate something that didn't really help another wrestler back in the day? Yeah, it looked cool, don't get me wrong. And then he became a legend over the years, and we respected Ultimate Dragon after a while. We respected his name and everything. Like, man, yeah, he held all those damn titles. You know, he was a great wrestler and everything, but when the push goes to shove, it ain't really put no money in anybody's pockets. When it comes down to um, making money off of it. And I just felt like it was a whole little ego trip. I know it's gonna be a lot of people that go be going against us and think that we over here just want to tear down Mercedes. People got to understand it coming from me. This coming from me, you know. I was once a huge fan of Mercedes, you know, especially when she was Sasha Banks. You know what I'm saying? And I just felt like certain things are done for to be, you know, it's done for to feed people ego after a while. And if we go call out certain other people ego, you know, we called out Hogan when he was alive. You know, we called out several other people around for their ego trip. You know, we called out Triple H. You know, when he want to go on his little ego trip. And it seems like as soon as we touch Mercedes, and it seems like we cannot call her out at all. You know, that is forbidden. We shouldn't even touch that. But I feel like, to be honest with you, all these belt collector thing is just to feed somebody ego. It just really is. Like I think she should be. I think she should, really, you know, how can I say it? I think she should be. Oh, she should be good enough to let her work in the ring speak for herself because she that damn good. She is very good in that ring, and character wise, she good too. You know, but she just I don't know, man. I think she like all this, creative control because you can't tell me she don't have it. People can kiss my ass with that. Um, and it's just not going to her head.
Um, well, does she like a personal writer? Last time I checked too. And then people wonder why I make the joke, it doesn't work for me, sister, half the time. But even I know Sasha Banks fan, even I know people that are fans of her will sit there and tell you that a lot of her stuff in AEW has not been all that. I know a lot of people, and I know they're like the hugest fans of her, but even they sit there and admit and will think it has not been that good. But like I said, she's not obviously she has more like creative freedom than was in WWE and whatnot. So that's why when I look at this whole like belt collecting thing, I just laugh at it at this point because I just think like I said, I don't you don't even know what half these belts are. I already know I've said it several times now, but what do you want me to say here? And I'm really trying to like I said, I tried to come up with a few positives out of this too when I said sell some tickets and get some notoriety on some people. But it's like, what promotion is this? And it was probably done in front of like what 500 people, maybe 1,000, I'm sure. And it's like the only way you may see it unless you go to YouTube to like watch it or something. But it's like I said, I tried to look up the names of these, but I don't know what the Bestia title or the Southside title or the whatever, what convenience store title. I don't know what these belts are in whatever country it was. Okay. So that's why I'm kind of like, how many people really kind of care, like that? So it's like, it is what it is basically, right now. Cause like I said, with her and the TBA, and I get that they're gonna be try doing this arc soon about her losing all the belts. I'm sure because she's already lost a few to what I've heard, but it's gonna go into the thing of her downfall and that she's gonna lose more and more titles, and will probably eventually get the actual women's title since she's been holding on to the TBS title. I believe beat Jade's record too for the longest of times now. Because let's remember, like, she barely lost in this company, okay? And the first match she had coming in here was actually winning a belt. And then again, they had to wait on 2 months for that because they brought it in, but she was still hurt. And I guess she wasn't hurt till like a couple months later then. But as, like I said, this whole belt collecting gimmick thing, it's like, if you like it, God bless you. Because here's the thing, some people will call me a hater for this, but then it's like, I got to call you a stan then. So it's fair game. It's like, I got the shotgun, you got the briefcase, but it's all in the game, right?
And here's the thing, like I'm looking at how she been booking. Don't get me wrong, that's a perfect way to book a high profile person. Like like Mercedes because guess what? She, for good or bad, she's one of their top people there, and well deserved because she's that good. To be honest with you, she deserves to be on top. you know. So she been booked the right way. And haven't took that many L's, and the L's that she did take, it was it was meaningful. Like she has to take that L against Chris. You know what I'm saying? Because you know why? Because Chris was the current women champion at that time, and the person that you want to push as the women champion. So she has to take that win.
Oh yeah, and it was like third match too. So I'm like, Stat already lost to Mercedes twice, so I feel like she had to get the win here. I was almost surprised that Toni Storm went over it all in.
Man, another one that means something. That was Tony Storm. You know what I'm saying? At that time, your current women champion. So for her to take the L's, it made sense for her to take the L. You know, it wasn't like it was just a random L on a dynamite.
No, it wasn't. This was like one on their biggest show of the year for AEW All In. So, like I said, it was a big deal. Like I said, I thought it was a great match too. So I was actually surprised that Toni Storm went over, but it's like even after she went over, like what they gave Mercedes some other belt in whatever country it was. So I like I said, I think it's just gonna build into her and with the arc of losing all these belts, and she'll probably go for the women's title then, and just gonna see the dissension and whatnot. But I just think a lot of it has just been laughable to me throughout a lot of this time. It's like one of those things where it's like it happens, but I don't really need to care that much. I just kind of found it funny because it's like you don't even know it did whatever 15, 25 belts, and one thing I think I said this before. I don't know if I said this a while ago or maybe somebody else said this. People want to say like, "Oh, it's Mercedes Hogan right here and everything." I'm like, but his thing, no. Did Hulk Hogan need 15 title belts to get over, or did he need one?
There we go. There you go. He only needed one, and that was the main title. you know, and
So I don't even think that's a great comparison, honestly. Now,
nah, it's not. And here's the thing with Mercedes, and now she about to go on this tour and drop all the meaningless titles to everybody. You know, but here's the thing. I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't even want my champion, I mean, one of my top guys to go around collecting belts because you're gonna have to drop those belts, and that means you're gonna have to take a lot of L's. You know what I'm saying? She had 12 of those belts. She gonna at least have to take 11 L's.
I think she lost the Rev Pro one on Collision. I think I heard
That
about that,
that's one.
and she already dropped like the Ring of Honor one back to Red Velvet, and
That's two right there. So that's two L's that my top guy who wasn't taking no L's like that anyway. Now she just taking back to back now.
so I guess she'll face Willow again because Willow pinned her at World's End. So I think that's gonna. Well, that's tonight. I forgot if Dynamite is tonight, but that's gonna happen. So yeah, like that's probably where this is all gonna lead to. But that's basically what's happening here. But that was one thing to really talk on because it's just like we've been hearing about the whole belt thing throughout the entire year, and it's just been kind of like, what is the point even anymore with whatever record, whether you are with this or not. And trust me, I already know certain people that are with this, and trust me, I'm not one of those ones that are with it. So, like I said, it's a back and forth. Like you can call me a hater, but then I gotta call you a stan. Then, so like I said, we've dissected this a lot. Hurt Syndicate and MJF.
Oh, MJF, man. He was on his Roman shit, wasn't he? This year. Barely even got to see the man, you know. But when they needed him, he did come through for them. And with MJF, I hope he can, help them out what they need. It's like they need some help when it comes down to the main event thing. Yeah, let's see if MJF could be that shot in the arm that they really, really need to get them over the hump. Cause it's like, how long you gonna keep on going down to let you know that you really need to change some things. NJF being the champion, I don't. I think he could have been inserted inside the main event scene. I don't think he should have been. I don't think he should have cashed in his whatever money in the briefcase thing that he had, whatever that contract thing was. It just, I think they just needed to shoehorn something so they could get shot in the arm, a little boost than what they needed.
Yeah, they really needed him back because he did win the contract back all in. And I think him getting out kicked out of the Hurt Syndicate was kind of prematurely, honestly. It was going good. It's probably one of the better stories they had going on with both of them, but it just kind of ended. And the Hurt Syndicate went on the feud with Ricochet for the longest of times now. But now with MJF getting the title back, even the feud with Mark Briscoe, which I didn't think was too bad. Like I said, they did need him back on TV. So we'll see where it goes now since he is the world champion. I would have liked to see Samoa Joe with the title longer, but it was just pretty quick. Um, so yeah, we'll see what happens with MJF. Edge and Christian back as a team.
Oh boy, Edge and Christian. Oh, hold on. Can we go back to the Hurt Syndicate? Because I really
Yeah, go
didn't
ahead,
get
go
to.
ahead.
Because I didn't really get to say anything about them. I just feel like eh, Bobby Lashley. We talk about Bobby first. I think he should be inside the main event picture. I don't think they should have started him off as a tag team. I think him and Shelton should have been doing their own thing separately, and they should be, they should have, still been in the group, but you could have had two single titles for that group. You should have had Shelton go out to the mini mid card single titles that you got anyway. The international, the whatever title, the TNT title, the national championship that you just made up. You know what I'm saying? It's like you could have had him go after any other those titles, and then Bobby Lashley should have been going after the world championship instead of if you knew that Will wasn't the guy and he couldn't really step up right then and there and he had to step down with an injury. You could have had Bobby step in another place right there because Bobby is a seasoned veteran who know how to hold the world championship with grace. You know, I just felt like the Hurt Syndicate is booked wrong. But I'm not surprised. But I said they should have been both going after single titles, and so that's what I have to say about the Hurt Syndicate.
I like the Hurt Syndicate and they're still over, but I'm sick of them fight. Well, maybe they stopped fighting Ricochet and them now, but that has gone on for the longest. I because let's remember, this is not why they left this company. So like Bobby Lashley could become a main eventer and be world champion, but he hasn't really been in around the main event title picture scene, but more in the tag team and other stuff right now. So I don't know when that's gonna happen, but hopefully soon. He should be in the main event scene. He should be because we just only see him in the tag team. And then again, I said this morning, the tag team champions. I'm like, who was really like they weren't even pinned when they lost the tag titles anyway. So it's like, who else was really credible to beat them for the tag titles? What FTR? FTR were heels.
Right. Yeah, right. Yes, it's been a running gag all this year, especially this year, that AEW babyface is more ineffective than any any babyface they ever seen in wrestling history because some of their babyfaces don't seem like they, get the job done. They never really get the job done. It's always the heels coming up on top sometimes. Um, I, but yeah, when they got the tag team championship, I thought to myself like the only time they gonna have to really lose these titles in a triple threat type of match. Other than that, nobody credible enough to beat them head on one. I mean 202, but my goodness, it's just not going to happen other than another team getting pinned.
Yeah, so like when they lost them, it's like they weren't even pinned, and even because wait, they retained if I remember it all in right. Did they retain? And then like they lost it at Forbidden Door, but I don't even
Yeah,
think they were pinned at Forbidden Door. And then MVP wasn't even there at the time too. So it's like yeah, they lost, but once again, that was because Ricochet and them beat them up, and they weren't even pinned in the match.
right, true.
So it's like no one was it's like they had it's almost like nobody was credible enough to beat them. So that's how they had the Hurt Syndicate basically booked in. But yeah, other than like the Hurt Syndicate, what else I was gonna say like Edge and Christian, what you think about their return?
Um, Pretty wasted. It's like you know, I think they could have went about it another way, other than making Christian this funny guy now who, that all Edge gotta stop him from saying your father is dead. It was some type of I guess they were trying to call themselves, try to get back that comedy heel, I mean not heel, comedy thing what they used to do when they were younger back in the day. I guess they were trying to feed off of that, but it was just I don't know. I think they were pretty rushed, to be honest.
Yeah, and like going through what Nick Wayne and them, which we haven't seen them because I believe Nick Wayne was hurt anyway. So and even bringing like Kill Switch or Luchasaurus back, and that just kind of went through. And even with FTR, which you could say it was kind of funny because it looked like a WWE segment one time when it was like Edge versus Stokely out there, and then it says this man gets no hoes. Like we got to do that.
Yeah, it's like I just did see Edge, Edge and Christian, really like helping out anything because I just didn't see them job it out to anybody. To be honest with you,
Yeah,
like
who else
if
is gonna beat them?
there we go, that's what I would do. Like outside, if Edge didn't get hurt or anything, um, I just I didn't see them losing too many times. I could see them taking an L or two to FTR because they best friends in real life, but anybody else, I could really see them taking that L to. If they were going to get the Hurt Syndicate, I could see them taking the L to the Hurt Syndicate. But other than that, nah,
And
nobody
remember,
else.
and remember, this feud is somewhat still kind of going on with FTR because Edge and Christian been written off TV obviously right now because remember they beat up Beth Phoenix back at All Out, so we don't know when they're coming back, and maybe they'll come back soon and get the tag titles because we haven't seen them in a pretty good while. Let's remember, people thought Edge was going back to WWE to face Cena one more time. I don't know where people got that, but that wasn't going to happen. But now the Edge and Christian thing, I think it was kind of rushed in a way. They did kind of rush it a lot, but they wanted the stuff with FTR going, and I believe it will be another match at some point whenever both of them come back.
Yeah,
So
I could see that. Of course, they got to probably close the chapter on that, so they ain't had no other choice. But it's like it's anybody really clamoring for it by the time the Edge and Christian do come back.
hell, FTR, I know they're the champions, but I can't even say they've been really been hot like that right now. Anyways, they haven't been kind of hot in a minute. So yeah, they got the belts, but I don't know. It's like it's kind of is what it is for them. So yeah, how many people are gonna care once they return? So we'll see what happens with that then. Uh, what about I'm trying to see if there's anything else left with AEW to really kind of speak on. The Broke Bucks, the Broke Bucks. Yeah.
Here's the thing about the Young Bucks. The Young Bucks been you losing a lot of relevant, being relevant. They lost that a long time ago. And they try a lot of things to try to become relevant and try to stay relevant, but it's just not working. A lot of people don't really care too much about the Young Bucks, no matter what they do or what they try to do at least.
The Bucks. The Bucks. They ran out of money. They I don't know what else I can really say about the whole. They ran. Can we not forget about the money matches throughout the year? The $500,000, $600,000, $1 million crazy gimmicks half the time with that.
Yeah, it, it, I guess we can't believe that Tony Khan just throwing money out there like that. I mean, you don't know, man. Tony do got the money, so you can't believe a little bit that he just throwing random ass money out there. $1 million here, $500,000 here. In real life, you could probably believe that he throwing that type of money around like that. But at the same time, you know, want at the same time, you got to be realistic, and just say the quiet part out loud. And they lost a lot of popularity, and they try to gain it back, but it's gonna take a lot of days for them to get that popularity back that they once had.
Yeah, this Buck thing, and I'll say this with the whole Young Bucks and even Kenny Omega, because Kenny Omega can't even escape the damn vortex of either the Young Bucks, the Elite, or the Don Callis family. That he just kind of revolves back around them several times now at this point. And now it's once again, I think I said this even about a month ago on the last pay per view or two. It's the whole friendship betrayal, friendship betrayal. Are we friends? Are we not friends? How many times can we can't keep doing this?
He, many times that they try to get the Young Bucks over. And that's the reason. That's the only way that you can get the Young Bucks over is attaching them to Kenny Omega.
Yeah, that looks like what they do, or they put them back in the tag titles, but nah. It's like, yeah, they were the elite power control. Now it's like they're broke, and now it's like we got to be friends with Kenny again because we keep doing this 100 times. After they punched him in the damn stomach too, and then Jack Perry, they brought him back to be friends again too. So yeah, it's the friendship and betrayal storyline again. It doesn't end, and Kenny can't get out of it. Like have Kenny feud with somebody else.
Well, look, that's not going to get the Young Bucks over. How, how is Kenny feuding with somebody else, Bryce? Is going to get the Young Bucks over.
Well,
They
yeah, I
need
guess
the
they got to
Young
get
Bucks to
they got
get
to get
the
all the elite over. Yeah,
Yeah. So he got to whoever Kenny is feuding with, the Young Bucks is feuding with.
and I'll say this too: the other person he was kind of feuding with, before he was taken out again, was Kyle Fletcher. Which at least you could say with Kyle Fletcher it was something kind of new. And then again, especially both, I know we talk about the Don Callis family, but we at least kind of talk about the rise of, in a way, of both Kyle Fletcher and Konoske Takeshita, and how they've kind of been skyrocketed up in his company a little bit more.
Well, hey, well deserved for Takeshita. Well, Takeshita is a very good wrestler. Good size, good look.
IWGP World Champion.
He well deserved, but I think he's gonna be a rising star. Here in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I hate to sound like this. It might sound a little, racist and everything, but he could bring the four heel back a little bit here in America. Yeah, I swear he's a big guy who could look opposing. You know, and a lot of Japanese guys kind of a lot of them in recent history kind of lack that guy who looked threatening. You know what I'm saying? Like my God, I would fuck with him. you know, Takeshita and I say who else? Oh my goodness. Try to remember. You gonna help me out because he had good size. Abushi. Am I right? Saying his name right? Am I saying his name right? Abushi. I hope I am. You know, I hope I'm not butchering his name, but he had very good size too. But he just didn't look like imposing in the face. Like he looked like your typical baby face type of guy in the face. He didn't look like uh, a guy who you wouldn't mess with. He looked like a very good athlete. He looked like a that. But with Takeshita looked like a very opposing guy, and I think he could bring the foreign heel back, you know, here in America, and he can make a lot of money off of that, you know.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
Takeshita. Yeah, I'd cut you off, but like, yeah, nah, Takeshita is really good. I'll say Takeshita is triple contracted in wrestling right now, so I don't know how much money he's making from three companies because he is signed with AEW, New Japan, which he is, like I said, the current IWGP World Champion, and DDT. So I don't know how much he's making, but Takeshita is really good though. Fletcher, like they really are trying with him too. Like I know he was TNT champion and everything. Fletcher, I know some people say he looks like Randy Orton in a way out there, but they really have been taking their time pushing those two though. Like obviously there's a lot of potential with both of them.
yeah, the only thing I don't really like what they doing with Fletcher is they they should have never. I know in the Continental Classic, you can take some L's in a tournament because it's a round robin tournament. But at the same time, some of these guys should have went undefeated in the tournament. And Kyle Fletcher, it should have been one of those guys until he made it to somebody who I would have thought that should have gave him that L. I just would never fed him to speedball.
Yeah, I don't know like how many L's you could really keep giving the guy. Honestly, even that tournament, because like I said, he lost the TNT title to Mark Briscoe, which it made sense and well deserved for Mark Briscoe too. But they could have kept him strong enough because he got to the semifinals of the tournament though. Like now he probably shouldn't take some L's. Like I know he lost to Pac also, but in the semifinal he lost to what Moxley, where Mox dropped him on his head basically. But I don't know. It's like I don't know because remember this guy went against Osprey earlier in the year too in that cage match, if I remember Revolution, even though I thought it got ridiculous way too later on, though, with a lot of the stuff they were doing. But um I don't know, it's like they try to keep Kyle really strong sometimes, but you don't want to I'm not saying you should take too many L's, but I don't know, because remember he fought for the world title too, right?
Yeah, he did. He did. And don't get me wrong, like I know what Tony Khan wants to do, but it's a flaw that Tony got in his booking. And he feel like as long as these matches are good and we be like, man, that guy got some potential right there. As long as we go out and come out of that match saying that guy got some potential, he feels like he got that guy over. But like everybody said, and it's the truth. The only way you can get somebody over is to win matches. That's how you get a person over. You don't get a person over because he went 20 minutes with the world champion. Oh man,
It was
he
longer than that.
but you get what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was X amount of minutes with this world champion. That means he got over, and we gonna be like, man, next time he go against that world champion, he gonna win. It's like, nah, that's not how we think it. We think it like he just went X amount of minutes with the world champion and still lost. You know.
Yeah, because that was it was a pretty long match too, and I knew he wasn't gonna win anyways. But I told you there was a lot of hard spots out there too. But it's like, yeah, he's got to win. Doesn't matter. Like, oh, he went 30, 40 minutes out there. Yeah, still a great match, but yeah, he didn't get the job done at the end of the day. But it's him getting over. It's like, yeah, you got to make them look strong enough too, within wins and whatnot. Do I think he'll be a world champion one day in this company? I think so. I think so. However, it keeps going within this Don Callis family. It's already like 50 people in this group anyways, but at least he's like more paid attention to within this company. So Fletcher is like like I said, as long as they say the potential thing, it's going somewhere. So they really have tried with him though. They really have. What about Mr. Twitter Fingers himself, Ricochet?
Man, Ricochet. It seems like his most of his views is on Twitter. You know, you
Javon
know,
Evans.
right? And it's like some of his stuff is like his Twitter is reason why he went it went with the character change anyway. You know, once everybody saw the real Ricochet online, you could go from talking crazy on the internet, and then next thing you know, every Wednesday night you a smiley face baby face. Like, nah, that's not gonna work, and it wasn't going to work. So I'm glad that he knew that he has to go through a character change after popping off online. So yeah, I commend him for that. But my goodness, so it the, every day that he doing the AEW is the reason why WWE did get him the mic. Like, yes, you are damn a good athlete. You can do all the moves and all and make it. You can have numerous of 5-star matches, but my goodness, you can't talk and you still can't talk and you haven't got better. And I don't really think it's just one of those things that he's just not going to ever catch on with. Is the mic work?
Yeah, he's never been a mic guy. I know they've given him a gimmick now, and he, yells like a bird sometime. Remember, they gave him scissors to go around and stab Swerve at one point, and I don't know, like they giving him a group. Hell, they're giving him a title now too that they just made up. But it's like, because at first, like the only they felt like they had Ricochet was just to go against Will Ospreay to do the damn match they did years ago. But I don't know, man. The Hurt Syndicate stuff went on way too freaking long, and it's like they tried with Ricochet. So I don't know, honestly. Like they've given him something. I'll say that. And they've tried to make him obnoxious as they could on the mic. But yeah, a lot of his feuds are mostly on Twitter. And some say,
Yeah,
is this even really a gimmick? Or they say, well, you're all getting worked by him.
I highly doubt we get it worked by this nigga. I really think that's who he is, and he just hide it behind the fact that he can't be a wrestling persona, and he can say, "Oh man, I'm hiding behind a gimmick." Nah, I really think that's who you are.
I'm like, dude, you beefing with NXT talent online too. Like Jamon and that whole thing, how that went. Even what did Javon say? Like, you work for a crackhead, basically.
Oh my goodness.
So I know that nigga like I'm working with Shawn Michaels. You working for a crackhead, and Javon had to. See, Javon got worked by Ricochet. Like, don't work yourself into a shoot, brother.
Yeah, all right.
like that's when they kept looking at it. But I'm like, Javon was cooking them, but I don't know what Ricochet sometimes. One other thing I'll say too, 'cause the only other things with AEW I could say is like, if you had to say like, especially with the women throughout the year, like the top, well, I guess you say the top two women out of the year. We've already talked about one with Mercedes and Toni Storm. Like, which one? I don't know, because Toni Storm had a very long title reign. Hell, Toni Storm beat Mariah May to that Mariah May left the company after the Hollywood ending match. And her title, even though I thought her title reign kind of ended weirdly, and Statlander won the title randomly, but Toni Storm is obviously one of the best people they got in the women's division, especially with her gimmick.
I mean, she was the best thing smoking in their division. It got to the point that no matter who she was in that ring with, she kind of overshadowed everybody who she was in that ring with because of her gimmick. She was over like Rover. My goodness, some of the biggest pops that you will hear throughout the whole night. It was Toni Storm. And I love that character. She crushed me
And
up.
her talking, he had a promos on commentary. I
The
know it's a
whole
lot.
black and white thing and everything. It's just I really like the character.
It's hilarious. I know sometimes it's a little bit too many sexual, innuendos with her
I love
promos.
it though.
It's funny though. What did she say one time? The whore you adore, the tramp who's still the champ. The skank you love to spank, like
Man, and she said she know how to just come up with them just off the top of the head. You know, she probably not coming in off the top of the head, but they're making it seem like that. And she's doing a damn good job. You know, it got to the point that right now it's like, you know, how long you go keep her? How long can you keep her from the main event scene?
yeah, because now she's in the whole tag team with Mina Shirakawa. You know, some people I know people kind of compare this to WWE with Rhea and Io, basically Australian woman, Japanese woman, in some type of lesbian relationship. Like, well, they've already kind of said it with Toni and Mina because they didn't damn they had them make out with each other half the time.
While you got Rhea Io who always just holding hands for some guys.
Or hugging for the
Hogan
longest.
all the time, right?
Because they really be pushing it with the Tony Mina thing a lot. It's really hot though, but still. Don't get me wrong, like I don't mind seeing it for obvious reasons, but it's like it's just kind of funny if you gotta look at the comparison between that and WWE, but Tony is just over in general, so I don't know when she'll be back in the title picture again. But yeah, like she is one of the most over women they got and is really had a hell of a year too. Um
Yeah.
I will say all the other thing with AEW, like I guess when it comes to the Death Riders and Moxley and Blood and Guts.
Eh, Here's the thing with the Death Riders. It's like they had the potential when they first started to do something with that group. You wanted to do something different. I saw the vision. Uh, what Moxley wanted. You know what I'm saying? I saw the vision, but at the same time, it's just he went too far every time with it. You know what I'm saying? Went too far with the promo that he just some type of blood drinking badass out here who just whooping niggas ass. You know what I'm saying? And him and his group that the baddest thing walk in the company, you better not cross their way or they'll tie you up or put some gasoline on you. You know, or
Pour bleach
or.
down your mouth. Set you on fire, push you down some stairs, put a
Said,
plastic bag over your head. But somehow they're now the faces now. Mox is a face,
and
apparently.
yeah, ain't that something? Like you would not see that, you would never saw that coming, you know. But now, he somehow people are cheering him for some of those reasons and making it seem like he just did do all these horrible,
He,
horrific things to even legends of the game. They look what they did to to the midnight, not the midnight, to the what,
FTR? Oh,
no,
Midnight Express. Midnight Express.
yeah, Midnight Express.
Rock
Look
and
what
Roll
they
Express. I'm sorry, Rock
rock
and
and
Roll
roll.
Express.
My dad, yeah. But look what they did. They did it to legends. Like they were doing horrible, horrific things to these people. Like, and we cheering them now. Like,
They
what the
killed
hell?
Brian Danielson.
hey, but hey, these are the same guys who are cheering Swerve and and Hangman after the things they did to each other. So I can't really say this crowd is fickle because they pretty much the same crowd that cheer them now. So it doesn't matter how horrible and what horrible horrific things you do, as long as you seal the baby face out of this.
I burnt your house down. I'm still a face though.
Right, as long as you put on good matches, think you the baby face after that.
Yeah, like no matter how much, especially with the Death Riders and the stuff with him and Mox, man, Mox and Darby. After a while, I felt like it was a game of one-upsmanship. Who can do what crazier the most? Hardcore matches, coffin matches, blood and guts, Texas death. Poured in people's head to like an aquarium or something. Glass. I don't even know what I can set you on fire. How much could it was like a game of one-upsmanship.
Yeah, how much I can do and what can we do? Yeah, it was pretty wild, and to see by the end of the year. Now we looking at a babyface Moxley going into 2026 and pretty confused on what else we going to get going into going into 2026.
That's true. Like, what else can you really expect with AEW? Well, obviously, stuff has changed now after the pay per view from Saturday. Like you said, Moxley is the champion now, but not, I said Moxley's the champion. I mean MJF is the champion now. So I don't know where Mox goes. Maybe some say the Death Riders are gonna turn, or maybe the whole group went face. I don't know, but like I said, it is crazy to think like this guy's done the most heinous stuff, but now he's a face now.
Yeah,
So
and
what?
to be honest with you, like, so is this going to help in the long run? With this face, it look like if he is a face, you know how much they love Moxley and everything. Will you think they gonna put him up against MJF at one point? Because he is one of their faces now. I'm right now, and I'm thinking, I wouldn't want to see it, but I can see it happening. I can see them, giving Moxley a shot at the world championship as the face. But but at the same time, I wouldn't take it away from him that quickly, from MJF that quickly. I think this gonna be in. I think this gonna end up being a nice long title reign for MJF anyway.
Yeah, yeah, I think he's gonna hold the title for a minute and still feud with Swerve and Hangman and Samoa Joe. So I think that's gonna happen. I think that's most I can really kind of name all what I could think of with AEW throughout the entire year. The only other kind of stories I think I would have left to talk about because we know we're going on for a while with this, but it was a lot to cover. Yeah, I will say, I know we got a lot of retirement runs. I know we already talked about Cena's, even though you go check out the video for that. Hiroshi Tanahashi, I know he's gonna be retiring in the next few days. I know he had a retirement run. Some would say even his was better than John Cena's. It's like night and day looking at both of them. Hell, I got the beef on one of the matches, his last match in America against Takeshita back in April at the Wintrust Arena and whatnot. So I got the beat there for that. But Tanahashi is one of the best though. Like I said, if you get a chance, I sent you like a video, like a history of it, like to learn a little bit more. But if you like seeing matches with him and Okada, like that's like there's a reason why he's been the ace of New Japan for a long time, face of the company. But he's had a way better retirement run than John Cena.
Yeah, I heard about that. And I wouldn't be surprised, if it's a lot of truth to that, because you know we went through it. It wasn't really a good retirement run, but I'm glad to see the guys who getting they getting their flowers and getting a retirement run and everything. Stuff that they really happy back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Like people didn't really have a retirement run, but I think this is a good touch in the modern era that wrestlers who been legends and had legendary careers that can run the lap one more time and hold the championship one more time and have some good, memorable matches. And I really, you know, I really hope they can treat AJ as well as they did um, Tanahashi. You know, I think AJ deserves a good retirement run, a good retirement lap. But I don't. If it's in Triple H hands, I don't have any faith anymore. So yeah, I just think they gonna end up putting AJ in some random ass Saturday night main event match like and calling it a day. But I I do like the fact that these guys can have a retirement run and before they walk out the business forever.
I thought Jeff Jarrett was supposed to have one. What happened to that?
Yeah, what happened to that? I don't know.
Some say it was copied WWE because it was damn near the same thing like Cena, and then it's like they kind of did, and then it just stopped.
I guess that's the reason why they probably stopped though. You know, they probably saw the writing on the wall, like, yeah, we do got a retirement run just in, you know, around the same time as John Cena, so let's just switch over and make you know put it off for another time.
Yeah, save it for another time, basically. But I would tell you this, like, I do recommend you watch Wrestle Kingdom coming up, especially, like I said, Tanahashi. I know they said Omega will be there, Osprey will be there too. Like I said, Tanahashi's faced a lot of people. Like I said, just look it up. You see like AJ Styles, like obviously Okada, Shinsuke Nakamura, Ibushi. Like I said, him and some say him and Cena's careers have been somewhat a little bit parallels in ways. So I definitely recommend looking that up. I only got a story I feel like in wrestling, and I don't have much to say from this. And I know it's a little bit of outside of all the companies. Do you have anything to say about the Raja Jackson thing? Because we
Oh,
know how of a shit show that was, which
yeah,
and a lot
man.
of people feel like he's kind of getting off scot free almost.
And he has to be honest with you, and he should have had a lot more punishment than what he got away with. You know, that's one thing about America. You know, nepotism does help. You know,
His
being
dad's Rampage Jackson.
right. So I just really hope Sue is on the road to recovery, and he can get back in the ring and still do the thing he loves. You know what I'm saying? That's where I really hope. I don't want to really too much focus on Rampage son because he's a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying for what he did to that man. You know, I just really feel like I think he Sue what's his name, was it Crazy Sue or
Psycho Stu.
Psycho Sue? Yeah, Psycho Sue. And I really hope he really get a chance and still continue to do the things that he was doing before all of this happened. You know, and I hope the long road to recovery. I hope he recover very very well.
No, that's true. Hopefully he does recover. I will say this, like, because I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. I believe this should have been prevented. I know there's a lot of people to blame in this whole situation. I think it should have been squashed as soon as they apologized and shook hands over it. Yeah, I get it. Roger Jackson was not a worker. He didn't know. I think he shouldn't have hit him with the can and everything, but it's not like he hurt him and stuff, and he apologized, and they should have went on right there. I don't think there was even no need to do the whole receipt thing. And then again, like I said, all this is being filmed too. This is all on a damn live stream, so it's not like you can't hide any of this evidence. It's all out there. And then the cowboy dude saying like, I told him to get a receipt. I ain't tell him to do all that. And I don't know. It's a lot to say about it, but I'm not about to give Roger Jackson no type of pass and all of this too. There's a lot of people to blame for the promotion, and it's a lot of blame to go around. But
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around. The promotion, the people who were doing it, the people who were filming, and, there's a lot of people that really, you know, that should be taking blame for this. But like you said, Roger is not. He definitely not absolved from anything because everything was on you. You pretended like everything was okay when people would talk to you, and then to flip a switch as soon as you got inside that ring was just not good. It was just horrible. Yeah, that's bad. And I
and he
and I
let the
wa-
internet gas him up. He let his
yeah
stream gas him up.
that's not cool.
Like they gassed you up. You went and did all this other shit. You went and like you said you was gonna do it, and then even after, I'm surprised he wasn't arrested on the spot. I'm surprised it took that long to even have him arrested. But just the whole him yelling after, and I guess they chased him out of the building, and he says like, "I'm not no bitch," or "My dad say ain't no bitch." The whole thing is just insane, but I felt like a lot of this should have been like prevented. I really think he should have went to jail. I know some people say like, "Oh, well, he's a kid." Like, isn't he like 24, 25 years old? So I wouldn't say a kid really,
Yeah.
and whatnot, or him just even looking at the whole thing. Or I remember somebody said like, "Oh man, well look at the music he came out to with Chief Keef and everything." I'm like, I don't care if he came out to Keef. Like, what that supposed to mean, and stuff. But no, I think that. I don't know. Like the only other person I remember, didn't they have like the guy with the Doug dude that did kind of get him off, and the other like wasn't he on SmackDown like one of the security like that did pull him off? Like the whole thing is just insane. I'm just trying to go through all the stuff I remember about it.
Yeah, the whole thing was just unnecessary, and the whole thing screams out. I wanted to get noticed, type of thing, and that's what it screams out to me. Yeah, I wanted to get noticed, and I see this guy who fairly famous on the internet. He got a famous pops, and he does his own little thing, walking around with a camera on him all the time. So we're gonna use this as some type of publicity stunt to try to get us over, and it just went wrong.
No, it did. Even how Rampage handled it, I don't know if he really handled it well. And so if you go look at his stream and see the stuff they've done on there, I don't know. Like the whole thing is just like it's very questionable, and excuse me, um, yeah, it's just really questionable, and I really believe he should have suffered some type of consequence because it's like, oh, he's got daddy issues, but I'm like, but he should be held accountable for what he did though. Like if they didn't pull him off, he would have killed that dude.
Yeah,
He would have killed dude for real. Like the way like I tell, like this ain't no work. Everybody, oh, this is work. What work? Who's benefiting off of this?
right. Tell me who benefited off of this work.
A
Tell
lot of
me who
people
been.
look bad at the promotion, and some say like, why didn't stop him? Somebody should have stopped him earlier. Like this shouldn't even never happen. Like I said, it should have ended when everybody apologized and gone on from there. Not do this whole receipt thing because it just, and I know it's been a lot more controversy from it, and I don't know if the promotion is shut down, and it's a lot of bullshit from it. So like nobody looked good coming out of this, honestly. Like I said, nobody really did.
Yeah, that's what the whole situation was. And we got a person in the hospital recovering. We got a person who going through charges, and we got a company that looked horrible. It just everybody went down pretty bad in this whole situation across the board.
And they were part of a WID program, I believe, too.
Bingo.
And they got that taken away from them now.
Yeah.
So just the way they handled the whole thing, because like you said, this is all the evidence is there. It's all on video, all of it, all of it's on video.
Mm-hmm.
So ain't no hide from that. But other than that, is there anything you like to say? Anything best of whatever you thought? Whether it be matches, MVPs, or something, worst stuff, best stuff. Is there any other thing you like to say?
Um. Yeah. Uh, I did break down a person who I felt that WWE MVP, and I really do give the MVP to Braun Breaker, who switched um, um, how he would be perceived. Like earlier this year, he went in as a person who was just a mid card guy. He was he was going into this year. He was the Intercontinental Champion. So
Yeah,
yeah, so like from being the Intercontinental Champion to by the time the end of the year is be probably about to be crowned the new world heavyweight champion very soon. We don't know that, but he is in a very important match. You know what I'm saying? So Brian Breaker was doing his thing this year, and I do give him great salute on that one. Seth did his thing too this year. The whole get beta switch whole little thing with the cashing in the title, cashing in the money in the bank, you know, whole little thing. The vision, which helped. Brown was going to get that regardless, but I think the vision really was just like a fast route, a faster route to the title. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Him
yeah,
being a part with
Seth and Heyman.
yeah, I think it was like a faster route to the main event scene for Braun Breaker. But like those two guys really do deserve a salute for this year, and I really think they really did their thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I would
he
say one more thing for the women. For the WWE for the women, I would give it to the girl that we were talking about earlier that would been a workhorse for the WWE is Stephanie Vaquer. Like I told you earlier, that sat with 42 TV matches this year, more the most for any women and men in that company was a very good thing. And that just shows you when how she is being perceived in the company and stuff like that. So I really hope that they really, continue the rise with her. I heard that she had a huge pop over on Monday. Uh, yeah, so I ain't watched Monday Night Raw, but I heard that she had a massive pop on Monday. So I think the fans love her, and the company love her, and that's a good combination.
No, that's true. Like Stephanie, like I said, they have pushed Stephanie big time. So I guess yeah, you got to say she has been an MVP, especially of how quick her rise has been. Other MVP, I probably may want to I give it to Punk also.
Yeah,
I think
definitely Punk.
Punk
Punk been doing his thing too.
he finally got the main event WrestleMania. Obviously the Seth stuff and becoming world champion again. Even though I still feel like if Seth didn't get hurt, I think he would have been the one to beat Seth for the title. But like I said, I think he still did a hell of a year throughout the year. I guess when it comes to WWE itself, I think if I want to say worst things throughout the year, I just think WWE booking has been bad in general, which some would even say like AEW has been a better company in them in some extents. Like a lot of WWE stuff has been pretty bad. I think the worst fail was the John Cena retirement tour. That was the worst fail out of everything.
Yeah, and not only like and you hit it right on the money. WWE haven't been really doing very well. Yeah, I think they really riding the coattail. They just the WWE and they the biggest name in the game, and that's what they ride it off of. But to be perfectly honest, they haven't really had a great year. This year really wasn't that great. To be honest with you, I've been so on and off with WWE all year. I can name on my both my hands that how many times I probably watched PLE and really gave a damn about a Monday Night Raw or a SmackDown this year. It's like they really dropped the ball on a lot of stuff. You know, a couple of guys that really held it up are MVPs that we've been talking. Uh, we just gave that MVP title to. It was the reason why we gave them the title because they was the best thing smoking on WWE television. You know, the Vision, Paul Heyman, CM Punk, and all of them guys. They really kept our interest in WWE. But other than that, like outside the main event scene, the tag team division scene that wasn't very well. Very wasn't booked very well. Um, Everybody but Rhea looked at pretty mediocre for most of the year. You had some people who rose to the occasion. Don't get me wrong. Then you had some people that were rose to the occasion, and you looked at them like, all right, cool. We could book around you now. But other than that, like Rhea had the best year for most of the year. You know, because how she would book, and
Yeah,
you know,
I'll say this too, and I had this what you guys said a few minutes ago, and I think Shaggy and some other people told me this too, that I feel like you don't even have to watch all these shows. Like, so I would say wrestling has been boring kind of throughout the entire year, not really good. That you even said just to me, folks, like, I'm not watching this for a minute. Like, I haven't been watching this for a minute. There's nothing going on right now. Whether it be WWE, AEW, and I think Shaggy told me this too. Like, yeah, it's been some cool moments here and there, but overall, it's not nothing was really, setting the world on fire like that. So, and
hmm
you're not like the first two people to even say it. It's been other people. They said, like, yeah, wrestling is pretty boring right now. I've heard, like, several. Like I had to tell somebody, like, you ain't the first person to say that to me. You like the fifth, sixth person to say that to me. Wrestling isn't all that hot right now. It isn't. It just like it's on, but it's like even if you miss it, don't even feel like you really, miss that much unless you just watch the pay per view and that's kind of it. So it's not like nothing is like it's not setting the world on fire. It's
and,
not.
and
It's just not.
and one other thing I do want to add, the reason why probably a lot of people kind of falling off of wrestling for the most part is because, especially WWE, like when you have a lot of things that you have to do in order to just to watch wrestling, like for Monday Night Raw, I have to turn on Netflix. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like
gotta buy ESPN for pay per views. I gotta get Peacock for, I guess, NXT stuff and Saturday night's main events as they took the pay per views off of there. I gotta watch this on what, USA Network. I gotta watch this on the CW. I gotta watch this on some insert streaming platform that costs way too much money.
Right, and that with all of that, that kind of takes the person out of it. It took me out of it because now not only that I used to be a person who had a chance to turn to multiple channels where Monday Night Raw is not really doing very well. Let me see what Monday Night Football has to offer, or let me see what this show has to offer. Now I can't do none of that. I gotta pick and choose. Do I want to sit here and watch Raw, or do I want to have a chance to pick and choose what I want to watch if this show is not interesting? And I kind of choose the other thing over Monday Night Raw. Like I'll probably watch the highlights when I get a chance to, or read the highlights. But to be honest with you, it's not really to the point that I need to see Monday Night Raw.
No, that's true. Like you don't really need to see it. I know a lot of people that don't even want to watch Raw because there's nothing going on. I think SmackDown is worse, honestly. But at least Raw is a few people. SmackDown has just been horrible, and the fact that they want to go back to 3 hours is just idiotic. You were already 3 hours before earlier this year, and it sucked that you had to go back to 2 hours, and even in 2 hours the show is still not really that good. And now you want to go back to 3 hours again? Like
Yeah.
you're like, oh yeah, we'll get more talent showcase. We did that months ago. Look what happened. It got boring and it dragged and it dragged. So I don't know why even go back to 3 hours. I feel like it's just gonna end up in the same position like it was months ago. So no, like I said, a lot of this stuff is not been good. Okay, Raw, I can at least say it's a few people. NXT is just not good, other than the four people I named way earlier in this video. And SmackDown is just bad. It's just really bad. And AEW, take how you want with that, but that's like a hit or miss. Some would say more misses than hits half the time, but it depends. TNA, I like TNA, but sometimes I have to wonder, am I really watching TNA? Or am I watching the WWE developmental? I can't say New Japan has been hitting like that unless you watch New Japan like that, or maybe you do watch some other wrestling show that's not other major companies. Ring of Honor, I don't know, or any type of indie promotion, I guess. I don't know. But wrestling hasn't been all that hot right now for a very long time now. And I've been hearing that for months.
Yeah, yeah, and it don't look like going to get any type of better. It ain't like throughout this whole time that we were talking about all companies. It ain't like we said anything like, oh, I can see 2026 being a better year for any of these companies. They haven't shown me anything that say that. So I don't know if they're gonna do anything better. I don't know if the WWE is gonna focus on getting better and getting younger, and you know, you
No.
know what I'm saying? Like They show me they haven't shown me anything that say that WWE is going to do better in 2026. AEW the same way. They haven't shown me nothing that says that AEW is gonna make they're gonna turn that corner in 2026, and they're gonna be a real competition this time. Like no, they haven't shown me any of that, and I wish the company will because I love wrestling. I want to watch them. I want to enjoy wrestling, but they're gonna have to show me reason why for me to sit down and watch wrestling.
Nah, I get what you mean. Like some people gonna like some stuff, and sometimes it's not enough really to like. So it's like, what is the point of me really watching if there's not really much going on unless you want to watch your favorites on there? That's the only other thing I could kind of take from all of this. So yeah, it's like I said, unless it's gonna be something to get people back. Because I see people bring, oh, we know WWE had a great 2024. Okay, well that was the year beforehand. This is now.
Yeah, we can't keep on going off of 2024. This 2025 and about to go into 2026.
Said the
And
honeymoon period been over. I've been said
yeah,
that for the longest time with
it's
WWE.
done. It's done. And guess what? And since the honeymoon phase been over, guess what? It haven't been a good second year, and it don't look like it's going to be a good third or fourth year.
And that's why I see so many people talk about Triple H not that great of a booker as everybody thought he was. And it's so many things I could say. And I know people have said that like they know what it be booking from a lot of people, or hey, booking black talent when it comes to him. That gets brought up a lot. Um, like the booking has not been all that in WWE. It hasn't, and I can't say NXT for the better or a lot of other shows, depending on what you look at on there. Maybe some, but it's like what Jackie told me. Yeah, he had some moments here and there, but from an overall standpoint, it ain't been all that.
Yeah, right, it happened. You like you said, you had some good points here and there that AEW and WWE that had some good moments. We ain't gonna say that none of these wrestling companies had any good moments. They all had some good moments, but shit, to be honest with you, the bad moments outweigh the good moments. You know what I'm saying? AEW, they got brought down by the whole Death Rider thing. So it ain't like AEW. It had a chance to try to shake off the bad things. They have some bright spots. Don't get me wrong. You know,
On Warner
Ricochet. I mean,
Brothers, yeah, I guess.
Will Ospreay Ricochet match was a good match. Will Ospreay versus Swerve was a good match. They have some good matches in between all the bad things that have been going on, but been a lot of bad things on both companies. You know, and the retirement run for John Cena was some of the worst things that happened this year.
No, it was. It really was. So that's why when you really think about it, people say Sports Illustrated, well, AEW is promotion of the year, or I'm like, sure you want to say that? I'm not saying WWE is either, but you sure? Like, I'll admit AEW had some better stuff in WWE on some parts. Hell, I'll sit there and say Blood and Guts was way better than what I saw from War Games.
Here's the thing, like it's to the point that I don't know who to give it to. It's like WWE on one hand, you know, they made some moments that you can kind of look at, like the Jey Uso thing at WrestleMania. You know, CM Punk having his first WrestleMania main event. You could go down some lists that was some good moments, but overall, like you can't get this. You can't give the best promotion of the year to any of these promotions. To be honest with you, it just haven't been. It haven't been a good year in wrestling, and that shows it.
Yeah, unless you really got to dive deep into the bag to find what was really the best promotion out of the year. I feel like you got to really dive deep into the bag. So, yeah, it's hard to really gotta tell. You can kind of go back and forth, but man, which one do you really choose? It really depends. I can't say both have been all that, especially WWE, but yeah, it's really gonna make it hard to choose. But other than that, we should end this from here. We've done this long enough, more than I don't even know. But other than that, though, yeah, it's been a lot talking about all this for the past couple of hours now. So yeah, tell us what you think about the entire year of wrestling. Did you like it? Did you hate it? Did you think anything was great, bad, horrible? What did you like the most? What did you not like the most? It's gonna be a lot of things to talk about in all this. So I don't know what the future holds right now for, but I guess we'll see what happens. Hell, we'll see what happens on Dynamite tonight for all I know in the next few hours if you're watching that. But other than that, comment, subscribe, follow me on Twitter at HoodedKnight890. Hit that like button, hit that notification bell. You got anything to plug before we get up out of here?
Oh man, nah, follow me on Twitter at straightface40, and that's about it.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we out. Hope everybody out there has a safe New Year and happy holidays out there to everybody. So stay safe. That's all I can really say from there. We out of here. Peace out.